Hey there, everybody. Hopefully everything looks and sounds okay. Let's get started with our reading here. So let me do this, and then give me a second here. Okay, so do this. Snap this on into place, and then we can start. Okay. All right. Hi, Richa. Hopefully I'm saying that right. How are you doing tonight? Oh. I'm a little late starting and a little bit washed out, but I think we can do this, you guys. So let's get this started here. One more second. Give me 1 second. I'm coming right back, you guys. Hold on. Okay. Let's get this all started here. All right, so let's do the generals for the day and go from there, okay? So bear with me, everybody, and let's see what we can come up with here. As I go into this really fast. There we go. Alrighty. So, how is everyone doing? We gonna have a fun weekend planned? Hopefully that is the case. I myself prefer a quiet weekend, but different types of people out there. So, let's see what we got here, you guys. Let's shuffle our cards here. Hey, Lisa Love. I am doing good. How are you? Let's get this going here. You're very welcome. Just getting started with our generals here. Let's see what we can come up with. So you guys get to pick pile 1 or 2. We're just going to do 2, and we're going to do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So we're doing an extra day this time, just because until Monday again when I go live, it's nice to have some options there. So you guys pick which pile you want, and yeah, hopefully that goes well. I'm going to turn down the lights a little bit. There we go. Oh, no, it's a little too bright. A little too dark, a little too light. That one really washes me out. Pile 2, please. Okay, Lisa. Give me just a second here. I'm getting my camera set up so you guys can actually see me. Alright, let's see what we got here. So let's shuffle these energy cards. So we're using the Wild Unknown Tarot deck. We are using the let's see, Wild Unknown, the Fountain Tarot deck, and then this is the Energy Tarot deck. And I don't know why I said it that way, but that's how we're going to go for it. Hey Liz, how's it going? So Liz, I have another link for you to promote. It's a way that people can further help the channel. Take a look at this here. Just give me a second. Let's do this. Hold on. Thank you, Liz. You are doing an amazing job. Like I said, I got one more here for you to look at, or to add to that Super Chat, PayPal, Cash App. And it's coming up. I'm just getting things going here. Okay, so this right here is right there too. So Liz, if you want to take a look at that link, you can, and you can also promote the other one too, the https wlo.link. That will work as well, because it has the Patreon link in it. But that is the new thing that we need to start moving forward so we can make this channel a bit more successful. Okay, so let's do these piles here. So this is going to be for Saturday. And let's see what we got. So Lisa said pile 2, please. So let's look here. Pile 2 will be the first one. So we have this. We have Door to Personal Healing and Happiness. Okay. Then we have 9 of Swords in reverse. And then we have Daughter of Pentacles. Okay. So 9 of Swords in reverse, Door to Personal Healing and Happiness, and Daughter of Pentacles. This, to me, on Saturday, we're looking at starting new endeavors. So it could be financial. It could be, this could, to me, be either a financial reading where we're looking at being employed or doing something where we're earning money. Or this could be something where maybe we're signing some papers, we're trying to have ownership of something. Could be a car, a house, something like that. So when I see the 9 of Swords in reverse, I feel like we're finally going to make the plunge. We're going to do what we need to do financially, maybe sign for a loan or do whatever we have to do. But for me, right here in this pile too, that's kind of what I'm seeing here. The Door to Personal Healing and Happiness is really good, and the 9 of Swords in reverse is also incredibly good. That's something we need to focus on, because we're no longer letting anxiety become the main ruler of our lives. We're letting ourselves, we're still experiencing anxiety, we can still be anxious, but I feel like we're letting ourselves move through it in a different way, in a much better way. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here for these cards here. So let's look at the other part of this reading. Just a second, you guys. Okay, so this other part is pile number 1, and we're going to see what we can do with that. So let's do this. Pile 1, we have Angel of Love in reverse. Then we have Ace of Swords. Then we have Mother of Swords in reverse. Okay, so if we have Ace of Swords, Mother of Swords in reverse, and Angel of Love in reverse, this could be us trying to heal from a situation where maybe we could have been in a relationship with an Aquarius, Gemini, or Libra, and we're trying to heal from that situation. When I see the Ace of Swords, we're trying to think about things in a different way. We're trying to understand things differently. So we're trying to take the pain that we experienced and maybe turn it into lessons that we can then put into our life. I don't feel like we want to stay on this kind of topic of having it be something that happened and it happened for no reason. I feel like everything happens for a reason, and I feel like with this, we can choose to hold on to the pain that someone caused us, or we can choose to let ourselves live and go out there and let ourselves experience life, even though we've been hurt before. And I feel like that's kind of what we're doing. So Saturday is a day where I'm feeling like some of us are going to be focusing more on getting something physical, where it could be another job, or it could be, like I said, a loan, or it could be doing something where we're possessing ownership of land or a vehicle, whatever that happens to be. Or we could be having something where we're dealing with heartbreak, possibly from an air sign individual, so Aquarius, Gemini, or Libra. So that is what I've got here for Saturday. So just be on the lookout for any signs of anything happening. And if we're having kind of repetitive thoughts about things that have happened in the past, let's let ourselves breathe and bring ourselves into the moment, and eventually it will pass. So let's move on to Sunday. Let's see what we can get here. All right. Yeah, so I did launch my Patreon, and you guys are more than welcome to take a look at that. That will definitely help the channel grow leaps and bounds if we get enough people on that. We can definitely have the channel grow a lot more. So that's something you guys can check out. And yeah, so check that out if you want to support the channel. It's just an added way. You get some perks too. There will be some exclusive videos that are only on the Patreon part, only for the paid members, and I think it'll be fun. Something fun to look forward to. So let's do this here. There we go. Let's do another shuffle here. So this will be for Sunday. Hey Barbara, I'm doing good. How are you? Looks like we already got one of our cards from this pile. So guys, pile 1 or 2, this will be for Sunday for the generals. Oh, awesome, Barbara. Go for it. Let me know. I was onto something. So you'll have to refresh my memory. The messages aren't necessarily for me when I channel, so I will forget. I will forget them sometimes. But it's because they're not meant for me, right? If I'm getting the messages. But if we touched on something, I absolutely want to know about that. Let's shuffle here. There we go. And shuffle these energy cards. Okay, so let's do this. So pile 1 and 2 for Sunday. We already have that one for pile. Oh, okay. So it sounds like we were both onto something then. The whole job of a medium, we need to figure out what's going on. And sometimes that is a process. All right, let's do pile 1. Let's see what we get here. So this is for Sunday, you guys. So we have Blossoming Abundance in reverse. Okay. Then we have the Lovers card. Then we have Six of Cups. So Sunday we could be having someone coming in. That could be, to me, this looks like it could be someone from the past or someone that we have memories with. When I see the Six of Cups, that is a card that's dealing with like childhood, like memories, happy moments in our childhood. So it could be someone we knew growing up, right? It could be someone that we were friends with. It could be someone we have a history with, basically. However, when there's the Lovers card and then there's Blossoming Abundance in reverse, there's a possibility on Sunday we've already been in a relationship with this person that could be from our past even further, and we're wondering if we want to go down that road again. So there could be memories tied with this person. There could be a sense of like, I need to do this with this person, I need to get with this person, or whatever it happens to be. But what I'm feeling is that maybe there's too much of a nostalgic factor with this connection, and maybe we didn't see things clearly for what they were, because when I see the Blossoming Abundance in reverse, that's kind of what I'm focusing on for, again, for Sunday. So, and this could also be a Gemini individual on Sunday, because the Lovers card is the Gemini card. So, yeah, I feel like there's something here with, I was getting the name, it's like a P name, like Pete or something like that. I don't know. Pete or Peter, but there was a P name here that I was getting. And I'm feeling like this is something where we need to let things play out. We need to let things have their course, right? I feel like that's going to be something that's very important with this. So if this person comes in, or if they don't, I feel like the best thing to do is to have kind of this attitude of someone who is calm, right? Someone who's kind of chill in this situation, because um, I feel like they could use the nostalgia factor to try and bring you back into a relationship. But where I see Blossoming Abundance in reverse, it's making me feel like you tried this once before, maybe even more than that, and so why go down the same road again? I feel like it's kind of the same energy. That being said, though, I wouldn't read this as all bad kind of a thing, because this could be a good connection too, but there could be blocks coming from you, right? When Blossoming Abundance is in reverse, maybe you're going through something and you're not necessarily seeing the relationship for what it could be, because the Lovers is upright and the Six of Cups is upright too. So there could actually be a pretty strong connection here, but it's rather you want to see it. It's rather, or it's whether you want to see it or not, if there could be a connection. But if there's red flags, if you've tried with this person before and it really didn't work out, like it was kind of a hard breakup kind of a thing, then think again if that's something you want to possibly entertain. But that's what I'm getting for Sunday for pile 1. So let's move on to pile 2 for Sunday for generals here. Let's do this. Okay. And let's see what we get here. Okay, so pile 2, we have strategy in reverse. Okay. Son of Wands in reverse. And not even kidding, right here, the Lovers in reverse. And we had the Lovers in the other pile too. So what's going on here? When I see strategy in reverse, Lovers in reverse, and the Son of Wands in reverse, we could be dealing with, so I said Gemini before. There could still be the Gemini, but there could also be someone who's a fire sign individual. Very stubborn fire sign individual, could be manipulative or controlling, right? So this fire sign could be someone who's very difficult to work around. The Son of Wands is the Knight of Wands in any other deck. And the Knight of Wands in reverse is kind of like a player card. So there could be someone coming in that's a player kind of energy, someone who doesn't, well, let's just say this. Strategy is in reverse. So the person's a player, but they don't necessarily know how to play the game correctly. And that's to your advantage, because I feel like you could spot this if this person was this way, kind of manipulative or controlling with your time, or with just you as a person. But that's what I'm seeing here so far. So it feels like you're playing a game, if you will, with this person. But you can decide whether you want to play it or not, right? You have a choice in that matter. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here. First off with this. So just play it careful, play it cool, right? Because it looks like, and there is the Gemini side. Gemini is kind of, they can be hot or cold. They have the two sides. So I would say be careful if there is a Gemini in your life that you were close with at one point, but the connection fell through. If that person tries reaching out again, really think if that's something you want to entertain, because I feel like there could be a tendency to have it be almost the exact same relationship and you weren't happy in that either. So just focus more on allowing yourself to feel what you need to in this kind of situation. If you don't get a good feeling about it, don't try to force anything. And if this person tries to force you to make a decision or tries to guilt you into a date or something like that, really evaluate what's going on here, because there shouldn't be any manipulation like that going on. Okay. All right. So let's do this here. All right. So Barbara, I'll shuffle the cards here for Monday, but you said another medium brought through the same thing. Started with a fast car. Same thing you said. That's interesting. You're welcome, Lisa. You are very, very welcome. Okay, let's shuffle these up again here. Okay, this pile's almost shuffled here. Love these cards. The Fountain Tarot cards right here. These are awesome. These are really good cards. Very easy to shuffle. So if you guys are looking to start with an easy to shuffle deck, this is a really good deck. Never have any issues with shuffling these cards. Okay. One more. All right. So this next one is for Monday, and we'll see what we get. All right, and let's look at this here. All right, almost there. And then we can do Monday, and then we can take some questions. Okay. So let's do this here. Let's see what we can get. So we'll do two piles again. This is for Monday. This is the general. So for Monday, you guys can pick a pile, or we got pile 1 or pile 2 that you guys can pick from. And if there is no picking, that's just fine. We'll just start with pile 1. I'm going to wait 1 second here. Take a drink of water. Pile 2 again. Okay, Lisa. Let's see what we can get here. Okay. pile 2, here we go. So for pile 2, for the general, we have, hey Amber, how you doing? Hopefully you have a fun weekend planned. So for pile 2, we have cornucopia in reverse, ace of coins in reverse. I'm going to look into changing my camera situation so it doesn't, it's probably hard for you guys to see the cards sometimes. And we have the 2 of cups. So 2 of cups, ace of coins in reverse, and cornucopia here. Again, right here, the first thing that comes in for me is there could be kind of a forlorn or kind of a hopeless relationship here. When I say hopeless, I feel like there could be someone coming in that's controlling things from behind the scenes, so to speak. Because I get the 2 of cups. That's kind of like a union, right? Hey Elizabeth, how are you doing? So we have a union here, but then we have ace of coins in reverse, and we have cornucopia in reverse. So either we're dealing with someone who could be manipulative, or we're dealing with a situation that is more kind of like there's not a lot of money or there's not a lot of abundance with this person. So either way, I feel like maybe there's some negativity surrounding this person, or there could be something like that. So this is a general for Monday right here. But that's what I'm feeling so far. And also, I'm just going to share this here. So give me 1 second, you guys. Hold on. I am doing good, Elizabeth. Thank you for asking. And I'm just going to share this here, you guys. So that right there, that link that I just posted, that's for a Patreon for Angelus Chiron for the channel. If you guys want to, you can support that. You don't have to. There's no pressure, but that's something where you can help support the channel even more if you guys like the work that I do. But yeah, so this right here, I feel like on Monday, okay, be weary of trying to start something new if it's a relationship, okay. Be kind of don't stop moving forward, but be a little wary, be a little cautious on Monday when it comes to maybe starting a relationship, even if it's a business relationship, because when I see ace of coins in reverse, it could be a time where things could just be not starting off the right way, right? I feel like there could be some misunderstandings or something going on. And Mercury in retrograde is entering its shadow phase. I think it's today or tomorrow. And so there could be some misunderstandings coming up. So in the professional world, make sure to double check everything. Make sure periods are in the right spot. Make sure your I's are crossed and your T's are dotted. I know I messed that up, but I did that on purpose. Anyway, but make sure that you guys are kind of in the loop. Make sure to read stuff. Make sure to understand things as much as you can, because that's going to be important moving forward. Okay, so let's look at the next pile here. Okay, so let's do this, move this over, and let's do that, put it on show. Let's do this, move it over. All right, so here's the next pile. This is generals for Monday, and then we're on to questions. So let's see what we get here. So we have third chakra archangel Shamuel, okay, in reverse. 9 of cups. You got this Bob Ross guy in the background. He's just looking at all the happy little accidents. And then we have the world in reverse. So again, with kind of what we were talking about, this to me though, this actually feels a lot more business oriented. So when I see the 9 of cups, I feel like we're in a good place. I feel like things are happening for us, so that's good. When I see the world in reverse and the third chakra archangel Shamuel in reverse, we could be feeling happy, but we could have it where we don't necessarily have a future that's completely planned out. But there could be some happiness here. So my advice would be to live in the moment for now. But when I see the world in reverse and then I see third chakra archangel Shamuel in reverse, it's kind of like feeling like we're stuck, okay? And if we're feeling stuck, obviously that's not a fun feeling to have. But especially in this, it feels like maybe we're stuck in a job, but we're happy. right? That's the weird part of this. It feels like we're stuck, but we're happy. I feel like maybe this is a time for us to redefine what happiness could mean to us. Maybe, hey, designed by Jenny G, how are you doing? Maybe happiness for us isn't us having $1 million and living in a mansion up on the hill. Maybe happiness for us is being content with what we have and being surrounded by, you know, things that we like and people that we care about. That could be a version of happiness for us. So to me, it could be like we're redefining what makes us happy, or what kind of gives us that spark, so to speak. So that's what I've got so far for you guys, and we can move on to the questions here. And like I've been saying, please do check out the Patreon that I started, and with that, we can do some awesome stuff for the channel. Um, I'm still learning how to get that platform up and going, but I'm wanting to do some really fun things for the channel. Awesome, awesome, Jenny G, thank you. I'm wanting to do eventually, right? This is going to take some time, but if we get enough of the community going here, we get enough of the Patreon stuff going, we could eventually fund different kinds of videos where they're they would be quite a bit higher on the quality spectrum. And we could talk about some spiritual concepts and make this channel into something much bigger than it is now, and hopefully get a lot of people interested. But I'm thinking of doing like animated videos on spiritual concepts, but that's gonna cost some money. But I want them to be like 5-10 minutes long, to be these like animated videos that are really fun to watch, and kind of breaks things down so that people can understand spiritual concepts better. I want to make the spiritual much more mundane instead of this uber sacred thing. And it is sacred, but sometimes it's so ethereal that people have no idea what it means to be psychic or to be a medium. And I want to demystify the spiritual part of being a psychic or a medium. So if that's something you're interested, you can help fund that at the Patreon link that I have posted. But yeah, so let's look here at some other stuff. So does anyone have a question or anything? Because right now the list is open, so there's nobody on the list right now. I'm going to take another drink here. So, Big Cleo, if you want, we can do $5 for one question or $10 for three. Or if you just want to chat, we can just chat. So chatting to me is kind of going back and forth, like you're not getting an answer from me, right? So that to me is chatting, where I'm not a psychic, we're just having a conversation. Hey, buddy. Hey. This is the cat again, little Yoshi. I'm not going to pick him up this time, he's pretty heavy. Thank you, Big Cleo, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Oh, that was a sneeze. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Alright, I'll put Big Cleo on the list here. There should be a link that you can click. I corrected the link from last time, or it should be corrected. Okay, Amber, I can put you on the list here. So everything's $5. So if you do Super Chat or Cash App or PayPal, it's all $5. Oh, Elizabeth's on there too. Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh, okay. So are you wondering what the bunny symbolism is? Awesome. Hopefully you guys can see it when someone donates and stuff, because it should flash on the screen. It's a little late for me. I don't know if you guys get it when it happens, but... Oh, he turned into a bunny. Okay, so there's a lot of bunny symbolism. So rabbits... Okay, so rabbits can be... They're interesting, right? So if we take the rabbit, and I'm actually wondering if there's any in this deck. Give me 1 second here to look at this. So I do believe there's one, because we can kind of go over some stuff if I find it. Give me a second here. Maybe it's in the other deck, actually. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm coming back, I promise. I really thought there was a rabbit in here. Oh, and thank you, Big Cleo, for the donation. I appreciate that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here. Thank you for that, Big Cleo. Okay, let's see. Okay, so looked like I had another person that donated too. Unless I completely missed the mark there. Okay, I'll just add this person to the list. I don't know. Let's do this here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do Elizabeth's question. Oh, Healing Art, thank you. Yes, I did receive it. So you... Well, now I can put your actual name there. Yes, I did get it. Alright, so I'm going to do Elizabeth's question first, then Big Cleo, then Amber, and then Healing Art. Is that okay? So I'm going to do first one, second one, because all of this happened pretty close together. 3 and 4. Okay. So Elizabeth, the bunny symbolism. He is a cute cat. He is a very cute cat. Like I've been saying, though, you guys, he's grumpy, and he's basically me in cat form when I'm not on the camera. So just eats a lot. So, I mean, anyway. So the bunny in spiritual symbolism can be, we can focus on kind of the multiplying of the rabbit, right? It can be something, it can be a sign of fertility. That can be where the rabbit comes in. There can also be something where we're looking at, because rabbits have this tendency to be kind of still, right? Rabbits are, and we have one downstairs. Me and my girlfriend have one downstairs. So his name's Checkers. And rabbits are very interesting. They're prey animals. So a prey animal is going to be very quiet. They're not going to make a lot of noise usually. However, I can say that is untrue because rabbits are incredibly noisy. Just not, they don't make sounds as much. But basically, for me, the symbol of a rabbit, I view it as it's kind of like a purity sign. Like things are going in the right direction. Things kind of have a pure intention. Fertility is a big part of that. To me, I feel like a rabbit coming in represents being able to take the next step in your life. And I also feel like a rabbit can represent being cautious in certain things too, because if you've ever seen a rabbit, if you've ever seen how rabbits or prey animals are, as soon as there is any sign of danger, they're gone. Like they know what's up. So to me, it can be a sign of being cautious as well. Not necessarily overly cautious, but seeing things how they are, focusing on that. But the rabbit for me can be a sign of, like I said, fertility, things of that nature. So when we're focusing on the rabbit symbolism as well, I also feel like depending on kind of how we're seeing the rabbit, right? If we have a dream and there's a dirty rabbit or there's something going on with the rabbit, that can denote different things. But if we're just kind of seeing a rabbit, like a white rabbit, again, more purity, being cautious, but kind of going for it. Because a rabbit has that sense of like they can get away from their predators, they can kind of do that. But they also have, they're built a certain way to be able to do things, and they love to burrow. So when it comes to any, basically what I'm saying, when it comes to any of this kind of animal symbolism, we have to look at the animal, kind of like how we would look at a tarot card, and see the characteristics that the animals provide, right? And not necessarily the physical ones, because I could say, oh, you're seeing a rabbit everywhere. Well, that must mean you have really strong legs. That doesn't really help anybody. Uh, but if you're seeing a rabbit and that's coming up, I do view it as a good sign. The first thing that came to my mind was a sign of purity, a sign of like almost kind of, it can be a sense of naivete, right? Being naive to the world, but in a way that's pure and in a way that I feel like is more wholesome. But the spiritual side of that, I do feel like it's a sign of letting things happen, focusing on what's going on and actually seeing it for what it is. Okay, um, so if something is happening, if something is bad, saying that it's not right for us. If something is good, going after it. I feel like a rabbit to me is more about listening to the intuition as well, because again, rabbits are prey animals. They're always listening. They're listening to see if there's a little bit of a trail in the wind, if there's something that they can hear, if there's something they can smell, or if there's something that they can feel, so that way they can get out of harm's way, or they can understand where water or resources are. So um, that's what I'm feeling, Elizabeth. I sent payment through. Yes, you did, Amber. I put you down. You're on. So right here we have Elizabeth, who I'm addressing now. Then we have Big Cleo. Then Amber, and then Healing Art. Okay, that's kind of where I'm going with that. So, but yes, Amber, I did get your payment. So let me do this here. So let me just put these down. Let me do. Okay. And also, you guys, like I was saying, you can check out the Patreon as well. That would help the channel a ton, and I can post that again. Um, just if you guys have extra money, if you guys want to help support the channel, you can absolutely do that. Please don't feel pressured that you have to do that. But like I said, I do want to do some fun things with the channel, and that's going to take a little bit of the green stuff to get that started. Animated concepts on spirituality and things of that nature would take a little bit to get funded, but that's something I would want to do, and possibly having professional voiceovers and things like. Anyway, it's something. There will be a proof of concept, hopefully sometime in the future, and then we can go from there. But that might be a minute. Okay, so Elizabeth, did that answer your question with the rabbit? Sorry, I got a little off track there. And if you want, you can ask a little bit more of a specific question with that. But um, to me, the rabbit symbology is take things how they are. Don't try to turn it into anything else. Focus on what it is and what it. Don't focus on what it isn't or what it could be. Focus on what it is. So if things are happening in your life, um, focus on. Okay, good, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Big Cleo now. Big Cleo, are you still there? I had your question because you said, or it's right there. What is why feeling and thinking about me currently? So hopefully, Big Cleo, you're still there. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's look at that. Let's do, because I've got our love cards that we use, so let me grab those really fast. So these right here, these are the True Love tarot cards. I can put this down just a little bit. But these are the True Love tarot cards right here. And these can help us understand what's going on. So let's look at this. So what is why feeling and thinking about me currently? So let's do two cards. What is he feeling and what is he thinking about you? Because I feel like that would be good. So what is he feeling and what is he thinking about you? All right. Awesome, Liz, you got it. Okay. What is why feeling and thinking about Big Cleo? So what are they feeling? What are they thinking? Okay, so Big Cleo, I get these cards here. So I get Chivalry in reverse, and then I get the Dating card in reverse. So what are they thinking? When I see Chivalry in reverse, we've had it on this channel a couple times. What are they thinking is going to be something where they're focusing, I feel like, too much on, or maybe they're being a little pushy. So Big Cleo, are you in contact with this person, or when you're around them, are they kind of controlling or pushy with you? Because when I see the Chivalry in reverse, that's kind of the intentions that I get. Yes, we are friends. Okay, so that's good. That's good you're friends. So maybe the Chivalry then could be something where, actually, so what they're thinking, what they're feeling. Let's do this one. So if I do what I feel here on what they're feeling about you, when I see the Dating in reverse, I'm feeling like maybe, right, yours is a romantic question. Right. So I'm feeling like when I see the Dating card, because both of these are in reverse, okay? We have Chivalry. We have Chivalry right here, okay? When that's in reverse, I don't feel like this person necessarily has the best intentions sometimes. I mean, that's, to me, it's kind of that sort of vibe. But when I get this on what they're feeling, when I get Dating in reverse, this to me is saying that I don't feel like they're thinking of you in that same way as a possible romantic interest, or there could be something else going on behind the scenes. I'll draw one more tarot card, or I'll draw two more tarot cards on each of these to get a little bit more insight. But it feels to me like there's not much of a connection here. How long have you known this person, Big Cleo? This Y person? So I'm going to draw some more cards here and see kind of what we have. Okay, so let's do this. A year or two. Okay. So we have chivalry. Like I said, we have chivalry in reverse. I did a card on top of that, and it was the 3 of coins in reverse. So did you meet this person? Let's see here. Did you meet this person at work? Is this a work contact? That could be that would be one of the ways I would read the 3 of coins in reverse here. But then on the dating one in reverse, I get the moon card. And the moon card right here is about subconscious. It's about the subconscious. Let me put it that way. And I feel like no, not a work contact. Okay. So when I see the chivalry and the 3 of coins in reverse, it feels to me like there's not a strong enough connection yet. Maybe there could be something in the future, but romantically, I don't know if this person, to me, it doesn't seem like they're thinking about you romantically. If you're friends, that's good. Friendship is a good way to start with anything. But when I see the dating in reverse and the chivalry in reverse, and then I get the moon card on top, it feels to me like there's something blocking this connection from happening. And I don't feel like they necessarily see you that way. So that's kind of what I'm getting here. It's not the funnest thing to hear, I know, but that's what I'm seeing, or that's what I'm getting, so. I'm sorry that's the case, but I feel like maybe if you give it more time or you get to know this person better, the connection could change, but right now I don't think they see you as that kind of, in that kind of way. It feels like something's blocking that connection, so that's why I'm bringing that up. Hopefully that kind of helps answer the question. Again, probably not what you want to hear. And I will be right back, you guys. I just have to go to the bathroom. So give me one second. No, I will be right back. Hold on. Can I see if there's another girl? Okay. I can look here and see if there is. It did feel like there was something blocking the connection, so let me look really quick. I keep forgetting to do this, you guys, so check this out really quick. I do this. And then it comes back to that. I don't know. I think it's a cool little effect. I'm still trying to figure out how to use this software, so I need to do that when I get up and do something, so you guys aren't... Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. Still learning how all this stuff works. Wow, thank you guys. You donated again, Amber, so I take it you have some questions. I'm going to actually put you down on here again. Well, thank you, Liz. I appreciate it's they're called transitioning scenes. There's other ones too, but that's kind of the like there's basically there are a bunch of different scenes that I can set up. I still need to set all of them up, but anyway, that's for the future. All right, so let's check and do this for Big Cleo here, and then we're on to Amber, and then healing. I'm glad you like it, Liz. I'm glad. I'm trying to go with a nice theme for the channel. I like the purples and the pinks kind of going together. I feel like those are the best colors for kind of a tarot channel. It's very calm, you know? Purple, pink, and blue, kind of a sunset kind of thing. Okay. So, Big Cleo, is there another girl? So I get this card here, and then the intuition that I got was yes, there is another girl. I get the yin and yang right here, so maybe this person has hot and cold energy, or maybe they're hard to read. When I see the yin yang here for a love question, I'm feeling like there could be another person involved. I also feel like this person pulls away and they pull back and they push kind of. So I'm feeling like there's kind of this maybe emotional tug of war where it's kind of like hot and cold sort of an energy. That's what I'm feeling with this person. So I would say I do feel like there is someone else that this person's interested in, but I feel like maybe they flirt around or maybe they do something or they don't know what to do necessarily. Because when I see this card, it gives me that kind of push-pull feeling with this kind of person's energy. So that's what I'm getting, Big Cleo. Hopefully that helps answer the question. I'm going to go to... so, let's see. Let's do this. So, Amber, with your questions, because you donated twice, which is awesome, and I really appreciate it. So, just go ahead and ask your questions, and we can go from there. Hold on a second, you guys. Post your questions, Amber. Sorry about that, guys. I will post this for now, as we were talking. This is Allie. I can't remember if you guys have seen her before. She's a very good girl. Let's set her down. Okay, so let's get started here. So Amber says, I was studying to teach English before the financial job but got sidetracked. Should I get back into it and see it through too? How does Nick feel about me? What is he up to? Okay. Let's see what we can see. All right. Give me just 1 second. Let me get comfortable here. So, Amber, let's do... I'll see if I can tune in psychically and see what I can get. But let's try that. Yes, she is a cute puppy. That is, she's a Shih Tzu Yorkie mix. I had to think about that for a second. Shih Tzu Yorkie mix, and she's a very, very sweet dog. Not a Not a mean bone in her body. However, she enjoys a good treat every now and again, just like most dogs. But is it okay if I connect with you psychically, Amber? I always ask. That's what I do. Yes, it's okay. All right, let's see what we can get here. So I was studying to teach English before the financial job. I got sidetracked. Should I get back into it and see it through? All right. Do you so Amber, with this English teaching job, what I saw at first was it was like a pair of glasses slowly being outlined, almost like it was an ad for glasses, but it was in my intuition, so that's interesting. But first thing I saw, so is there a lot more schooling left to go before you get your before you're accredited to teach? Because when I saw the glasses, I'm feeling like there's a little bit more that needs to be done here, maybe a lot more. But I feel like is it kind of overwhelming to study for this? I'm curious what the glasses mean when I saw that. Maybe is it like 2 more years of schooling, or is it a year of schooling left, or did you just barely start? Yeah, I can only imagine it's been overwhelming. Um, you have like you have so many projects going on. I can't even imagine that. I mean, but I imagine you can handle it well. But how much um, how much more schooling is required until you get your uh, I want to say accreditation. I almost want to say certificate, but that's probably not. It would take some work. Okay, so that makes sense. All right. So there's still work to be done there. But I'm feeling like, because when I go back and I'm looking at the glasses, I feel like this is something that you feel drawn to. I feel like the English language is something that you would enjoy teaching to people. Um, when I saw the glasses being outlined slowly, it shows that it would be something that you would be meticulous about and you could help people learn probably in a way that I feel like others couldn't help them learn. I feel like you would have a patience with people that other teachers have kind of lost. I feel like there's a sense of patience with you. So I feel like that would be a good thing to get back into because when I saw the glasses, right, you like helping people, absolutely. When I saw the glasses being slowly outlined, to me that felt like it was a process, right? We have to go through the ups, the downs, the loop-de-loops, so to speak. But I feel like in the end, that you would like to be a part of that. You would like to contribute to someone else's understanding of something that is so fundamental, especially in America, to achieving success is being able to understand and speak English. Um, and I feel like that's something that you could give to people, but it would take some work. So I feel like, yeah, I would pursue it, but it's just something that, seeing as it would take time, it's up to you if it's worth it. But I feel like, I think this is a really good thing to go into because you're helping people in a way that I don't feel like a lot of other people could. For me, the English language is something that I'm still learning, like sentence structure, things like that. But if you could teach that to someone else, yeah, I think that's awesome. So I would say go for it. It'll take some work and some dedication, but I would definitely say go for it. And especially if it feels like there's a passion here for it. Um, and this is a huge way of helping people, so I would definitely say go for it. Hi, Valentina. How are you doing? So Amber, with this right here, do you have any other like more specific questions? You did donate twice, so if you want to get a little bit more specific, we can do that. If you have another question regarding this topic, um, is teaching something you could start in the near future. Okay, so near future, I'm going to say I usually do near future to be like 90 days, um, but we can do. Let's do a year. Let's do 9 months. Okay, let's do 9 months for this, and let me see what I can pick up for 9 months. I see. You're looking to leave a toxic work environment but don't want to get a similar job, which makes sense. Obviously, that's already been spoiled for you. If it's a toxic environment, you don't want to go into it again. Um, so let me see what I can get here. I can hear you with that, Amber. Absolutely. You want something that's a little more reliable, right? Because acting can be kind of spurts of activity here and there. You want something that brings in more income, or you want something that brings in income consistently versus something that would bring in maybe a lot of income once or twice. I hear you. I can understand that. So, um, what I was seeing here is I get the image of a hand holding a box when we're talking about 9 months. Would you be able to teach? And the hand that's holding the box is kind of it's presenting it, right? So I feel like with this kind of energy, if it's something you feel like you could do in say 9 months' time, I feel like you could. I feel like there's a drive here, and I feel like you could absolutely do this. But when I saw the hand holding the box, I'm feeling like there's a sense of things are kind of up in the air. Like we're holding the box, it's up in the air. What is it that's kind of blocking you from pursuing this? You said you got distracted with the job, but oh, thank you, Valentina. Thank you. I love hearing that. Uh, I'm kind of liking the blue on myself too. So blue is good, and I wear a lot of black too, but I do like blue. But it felt like something was blocking the connection, though, so that's what I'm asking. You said you got sidetracked with the financial job, but did something else happen before the financial job took place? Is there something going on, possibly with doing this coursework or whatever it is you need to do to get certified or accredited? That makes sense. Okay, yeah, obviously your time's spread thin right now. Okay, so it feels like, it definitely feels like you could do it, but if time is the priority, I could understand that. So it could actually take longer depending on how much time you could dedicate to this. Oh, hold on. Let me see what else I can get here. Okay, let's see what else we can get. So I'm asking, again, would you be able to teach 9 months from now? And it does feel like it is a process. I almost feel like I'm going through a tunnel and I have to kind of hit these certain spots along the way, right? That's kind of how life is. But I feel like you could do it. It's just, would it be a priority for you, right? Um, if you make it a priority, it will happen. But if you don't make it a priority, it can still happen. It would just take longer. So that's up to you because time is spread thin for you. I understand that. So either way, I feel like it could happen. But if you make it a bigger priority, it obviously it's going to happen quicker. So that's what I'm seeing here. I feel like you're able to do it. I feel like it's something you can do, and I feel like you could do it well. And I feel like you could actually teach people um, in a better way than uh, someone who is less patient and kind. I feel like patience and kindness in that kind of work would go so far because that's hard. It's hard to learn English. It's hard to learn any language, I would imagine. But if you have a patient and kind teacher helping you, I can only imagine that would be a really good thing to get into. Okay, so Amber, did that answer that question for you? Okay. So the other question was regarding Nick, right? How does Nick feel about me? What is he up to? So let's do that. So let's use the True Love Tarot cards for this one. Oh no, you know what? We'll just do it psychically again. Let's try it psychically. Okay. All right. Let's see here. How does Nick feel about me? What is he up to? How does Nick feel about Amber? So one of the first things I see, Amber, when I'm focusing on this, is, so I asked, how does he feel about you? And I got the show Dick Van Dyke, which was it was on Nick at Night. It was like an older show. Um, Something I grew up with. Spirit likes to use communication through things I know. And so I'm wondering, is this person old fashioned? This Nick person, are they kind of an old fashioned person? Because I'm curious why I got the Dick Van Dyke symbolism here. Old fashioned meaning, I mean, it can be anything from uh, being very stubborn, very stuck in their ways, feeling maybe not necessarily an empowering person with women. Could be an old fashioned way of being too, like the woman stays in the kitchen kind of a mentality. I'm curious with this Nick person because I got the Dick Van Dyke, so I'm curious. I've never had that symbolism come through, so. He's old fashioned, but you think you are too. Okay. So I'm just going to take that as being old fashioned. I'm going to take that as kind of going back to that time in a way. Okay, so that makes sense. All right, so for me, honestly, if we're going like on my impressions and how I feel, Dick Van Dyke for me was a very comforting show when I was growing up. Um, so that would be something that could be a very good connection. There could be a connection there. But I'm going to do more into this first before I say anything conclusively. But for me, that was a good sign. And it was like kind of the opening part of Dick Van Dyke, which is like a very happy, kind of quirky, whatever. But let me look at this a little bit more. So let me see what else I get here. So I get someone holding a I get someone holding a net, and they're like catching things. And what I feel with this is I feel, do you guys kind of drift off and then one of you contacts the other one and then you drift off and then the other one contact? I'm wondering if there's a connection here where it's like you guys drift apart a little bit and then you talk to each other again, you come back together for a second, then you drift apart again. I'm curious if that's what's going on. Okay, so it was like that. All right, that makes sense. I'm trying to get things we can verify so then when I talk about it, right, you didn't like that. Of course. How I felt it, it didn't feel like you guys were even together. It felt like it was very sparse on the attention that was given because it felt like it was like tag you're it, and then it was the other person's job to try and do. It felt kind of convoluted. It felt more complicated in a weird, unusual way than it needed to be. Like I wouldn't say cat and mouse, but it felt very like scattered. There we go. That's the word, scattered. The attention felt scattered, or the intention of the connection felt scattered. Like, what's my place in this? Kind of a feeling. Okay, so So I still feel there's a connection here, and I still feel Nick thinks about you. Um, I said, how does he feel about the connection? And there's a heart. I feel like there's fond memories of the connection, but I don't know if he necessarily would share them with you. Um, I do feel like either you or him, there might be some spying or some stalking activity going on where I feel like someone's been looking at the other person's profiles online, or there's been something. I feel like kind of a peeking or a spying is what I was feeling. But the heart coming in here is good. But the maybe this person tends to romanticize how the connection was. Like, I don't necessarily think this is someone that you could how do I put that? It's hard to put it into words. So it felt like either you or him, but if you haven't been looking, it felt like maybe there was something there because I heard the word spy when I heard the word spy. So that's what I was feeling there. And then, like I said, the heart coming up. But to me, when I see the heart in this context, it has a sense of like fondly looking at the past, like looking at the relationship when things were good. I feel like is where this person focuses. I don't feel like they want to focus on where things broke down necessarily. So a connection with them, I feel like would be kind of like I don't necessarily think you could address how the relationship ended the last time or what happened in the relationship. It feels like this person tends to focus only on the things that were good, and the things that were bad, I feel like they don't put nearly as much emphasis on. Which I'm not feeling like this person holds a grudge, but I'm feeling like you couldn't um, necessarily talk about things, right? But let me do a little bit more here because there's a second part to this question. He ended it. Okay. Okay. All right. He ended that. Makes sense. So he had pretty avoidant tendencies, and then he ended it in the end, right? You were you trying to be closer, and then he felt uncomfortable and he ended it? Was that kind of something that happened? Because that's can definitely happen. Let me look at what he's up to, though. Um, hmm. Hmm. I'm just going to ask this, Amber, and feel free to say yes or no. Obviously, the whole time you can feel free to say yes or no. But um, you said, what is he up to? And then I saw a shadow. And when I see a shadow in this instance, I'm wondering, did Nick, when you were together, did he have any health concerns or any health problems? His drinking concerned you. Okay. So the shadow that I had, it felt to me like there could be health problems. That's why I was asking. So I feel like he's dealing with a little bit of a fallout from possibly something with that. I'm not entirely sure, but the shadow to me represents um, kind of going back or looking at issues or wanting to look at issues, but the way I felt it was he was resisting the shadow a little bit, so he wasn't necessarily seeing things for how they were, um, or he was ignoring things, I guess. But I feel like there could be something here. Generally, the drinking is associated with the liver, but for some reason I had the shadow and it felt like it was over the lungs or the. It felt more over the lungs, possibly the kidneys. But it feels like there's something going on there where this person's, I guess, ignoring reality. If they're avoidant with you, or they were avoidant with you, then you can only imagine they're going to be avoidant with themselves too. Because if a relationship um, was this person's priority, they would make it a priority. But I feel like there's a sense of not caring about the relationship or the self. There's kind of an escaping reality motif going on with this person, is what I'm feeling. So he smoked cigarettes when he was stressed. Okay. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully things are all right. But that's what I'm feeling here, is that there's a tendency to. It just feels like things are kind of happening, or there's issues and this person's ignoring these issues. And the shadow, I feel like, for this person is going to keep becoming kind of a problem. And knowing you, I feel like you possibly wanted to help this person through things they've been through, but this person wants to have to help themselves too. It's not just, it can't be on you. It has to be this person wanting to sort of look into why they are the way they are, or why they drink. And sometimes, a lot of times with drinkers, it's really hard to talk to them about it or reason with them, because escaping reality is kind of their way of coping, right? So and then the name, or like a nickname, Ducky, came up, and I don't know why that would come up, but Ducky was something that popped into my head. That could have no relevance. I'm just throwing out what I'm getting, but that was something that came in. Well, that would kind of put a damper on things too if he's sleeping with a lot of other women. So then, probably this Nick person, I don't feel there's because it does sound like there's some issues there, that if there was a possible relationship, you would probably want to talk about what happened in the past, but you have to have someone that's able to be vulnerable and able to talk to you when things aren't that way. So I don't feel like he's learned that skill, that kind of self-awareness that people need to have. Does that make sense, Ember? Okay. Does that answer your questions? I think he'll be okay. I just feel like there's a tendency for this person to ignore things that are going on in their life. Um, I mean, yeah, but it just feels like there's a tendency for this person to ignore things or to ignore signs or signals or whatever, and that's on them. That's their life. Let them kind of figure that out. But that was just something I had to pop in for a second. So don't take it as like a reason to reach out or think that everything. I just was feeling that there could be something there. Doesn't mean that there is, and it doesn't, I'm feeling like let this person kind of work on themselves, let this person live their own life because I feel like Amber, I feel like you're a very giving, and we've talked about this. I don't feel it. I know you're a very giving person, but there has to be a point where we stop and we let other people kind of figure their stuff out. And that's what this guy needs is kind of a dose of reality. So hopefully something comes along that shakes him out of kind of the escapism that he goes into. And that's something in no way, shape, or form has to be you. This person needs to figure stuff out. So I'd say let them figure it out and, go from there. But healing art, are you there? Hopefully you're there. I know it was a second since you paid. You're very welcome, Amber. Thank you again for always being on the channel and always being very supportive. I appreciate that. We'll see if she shows up here. And yeah, and you guys can eventually, if you want to, Amber and Liz and whoever else is listening, you guys can eventually check out that Patreon that I've talked about, if that works for you. But yeah, that I think that's going to be something that's going to be really good for the channel. I want to make this a very full-time kind of thing where it's like, 3 days a week, and then if you sign up on the Patreon, I'm going to be doing other videos too that aren't this. They're not going to be in this format, but it just helps me to keep improving the channel and focus on getting things done. Okay, healing art. Hopefully you come forward here. If not, that's okay. You will have when you come by again, you'll have your question ready to go here. So I'll just do this. I'll circle. Oh, there we go. There she is. Awesome, Liz. Awesome. Yeah, check it out, and you can look. It's like a monthly subscription, right? So healing art. Do you want to ask your question? So the Patreon thing is like a monthly subscription. I have different tiers, right? I don't think I ever got a question. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe I did get a question. Let me look. I don't think I got a question, healing art, unless I'm completely missing it, and I'm really sorry. I looked at the email and the PayPal, and I don't remember you asking one up above either. Let me look, though. Yeah, I never got a question, so. Yeah, so there's let me think how I can put it. There's 4 different tiers on Patreon. Each tier gives you guys different kind of rewards. Um, and they're pretty reasonably priced. They're not super expensive, but through that we can do the animations, we can do different things eventually on the channel, because I want to talk about mediumship, and I want to talk about bringing that to the forefront of things. I want to talk about mediumship, I want to talk about energy healing, and I want to talk about psychic ability, but I want to bring them forward in a animated, eventually in like an animated format with professional voiceover work done and all that. Is there anything you should be aware of in the upcoming months? Okay, healing art. Let's look at that here. Can I let's see. Can I connect with you psychically, healing art? I can use the cards too. If you don't feel comfortable with that, we can just use the cards. And so Liz, each the first tier on Patreon is like, I think it's $2.99 a month. So it's $2.99 a month. And that's just, you get a thank you and you get added to an intention list, which is me just putting your name down and then having once a week where I go in and I send good vibes, like energy, to each person that's on that list, and just kind of a thank you for your support. The $4.99 gets you access to exclusive videos that I'm going to be posting 2 to 4 videos a month. And then you get more perks the higher it goes up, because then it goes to 10 or 9.99, and then it goes to 19.99. And yeah, so there's a little bit of different stuff in each one of those tiers, but if you go to like the $20 one, the 19.99 one, you get everything from that tier and everything else from the other tiers. So if you go with tier number 4, you get all the benefits of tiers number 1, 2, and 3, as well as 4. It's kind of confusing, but it's, yeah. Okay, so is there anything healing art needs to be aware of for the upcoming months? Let's see. Okay, thank you very much, healing art. So first thing I'm getting healing art was it's just the word duplicate, and I'm curious in the coming months what that could infer, or what that could be. It could be maybe we could be duplicating a business model, or we could be working with people that have very, very similar interests. Maybe do you teach people how to do healing, or do you do anything like that? I'm curious if maybe there's like a system we're putting in place, or there's something going on, because the duplicate, and then my hands are starting to get hot too, so I'm curious here. Hmm. That was the first thing I got, so I can go back in and see what else I can get though. Hmm. So another thing that I'm getting here, healing art, is, hey Alexandra, I am doing great. How are you doing? So another thing I'm getting here, healing art, is it's like a bicycle. So to me, I view this as possibly maybe going on vacation or doing something where we're traveling or something like that. I don't know if you're into fitness, but I felt like I was on a bike and I was doing something where I was definitely seeing the sights. So far, it feels productive. I do feel like this could be a vacation kind of scenario coming up. Um, it feels like it's in the summer. So summer here is getting ready to start, I think, next month. But if you're in another part of the world, there could be something going on there. But it feels like it's a summer trip, or it feels like it's a something like that. So Liz, with the on the last tier, part of the spirit team, you channel books and do energy healing. Okay, okay, so that makes sense. So the duplicate, you're okay. The channeling books, that does make sense. But you don't. Do you teach people healing art? Do you teach people how to do it, or are you just kind of doing it yourself? So yeah, Liz, the it's kind of like you get to be a part of the, or my spirit team is with you kind of a thing, and they're in the community too, sort of a, yeah. Oh, thank you, Alexandra. I should, yeah, I might need to update some of the listings on the Patreon. I'm still learning how to use it, but eventually we can do some crazy cool stuff with the channel. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. It'll be a ways down the road, obviously, but yeah. So okay, so let me get a little bit more information for you, healing art. So healing art, I don't know if you do anything with, or if you're thinking about doing anything with like sound bowls or anything with sound, but I saw, yes, a vacation is always good. But I saw working with sound bowls or working with, what do they call that? Like working with sound waves, working with healing sound bowls or sound waves. I feel like maybe that could be something that you could look into, but it feels like to me, I saw a person, it's like they're holding a bowl and it's like chiming and there's the sound waves coming out of it. So I saw the waves coming up. I don't know if you use sound in your healing at all, or crystal singing bowls or something, but I feel like there's a lot of energy in that kind of work where we're using sound. I have not taught other than my kids. Okay, okay. That might be something that happens in the future for you healing art, where we're teaching, where you could be teaching it, um, if that's something you want to do. Right? It's just an option that's out there. Hmm. Good. I'm right now, Alexandra. I'm doing a reading for healing art, and just trying to bring through kind of what I'm feeling for her. So, yeah. And then I also have this, Alexandra. You can check this out if you are interested. You don't have to, but I have this right here. Hold on. Oh, there. Why didn't that underline? There we go. That's what I need to do. Okay. That's the one I meant to send. That one's clickable, and you guys can look at that if you want to. But yeah, healing art. I saw the healing bowls, these crystal singing or healing bowls, and I feel like there could be something there. Don't know if you've tried that before. I haven't myself, but I feel like there could be some power there. So let me put that. Let me write that down. And then I'm getting a feeling of some quicker moving energy coming in. This is like the Chariot card, so there could be a Cancerian individual coming into your life. I would say within the next. It feels like anywhere from 2 weeks to 3 months, which seems like a long time, but there could be a Cancerian individual coming back to you or coming to you. And I feel like this person has, it feels like some fast energy. It feels like some, maybe an opportunity or maybe something, but I feel like this person's kind of quick. But then I get a sense that this person can be kind of lazy too, in certain ways. So I know that's a little confusing, but that was kind of what I was getting. Okay, so let's do this. And then there's fire coming in too, which is interesting. So the fire, it feels like in around, I would say around August of this year, it feels like there could be another kind of project coming up for you, or another kind of opportunity. Okay. So healing art is what I'm saying so far. Can you take this so far? What I'm saying? Okay, perfect. Sound frequency healing is awesome. So that's what I'm feeling would be a good step for you if you're not already doing it. It sounds like you understand what that means. So that's what I was feeling really strong, was that that would be a very good step. It gets people in alignment, and kind of the sound gets people in alignment in a way that all they have to do is hear it, and then they can be more passive and the healing can come to them. I feel like sometimes when we're doing energy healing with people, there can be this tendency to um, feel like we have to fix them or feel like things are going, and really it's about letting go of that process, and the person being healed, if they can let go too, the sound frequency brings you both into alignment with each other, right? There's a resonance. It's like two tuning forks, kind of a situation. I'll see what else I can get here in just a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But you just stay there for a minute. Everybody just stay where they're at, except for me. And I'll do this. So you guys get to see this. All right, there we go. So let's see what else we can get here for you, Healing Art. So Healing Art, are you working on a third book now? Because you said you had your second one published. So are you working on a third one now? And is it? I saw it being with the hands. Is this about energy healing, the third book, or is this when you do channeled information? I'm just curious uh, how that looks, because I saw hands and it felt like they were healing hands for the third book, but I could be mistaken. So if you could help me with that. Hey, Rising Queen, how you doing? Let me see here. Are you still there, Healing Art? Okay, well. Oof. Angelic Advice on Raising Children. That is a good book. That is definitely a good book. Yeah, Rising Queen, the list is still open. So the hands that I saw, it must be okay. Because I'm trying to figure that out. I saw healing hands, but raising children in a proper way would be a very healing thing to do, so that would make sense. Kind of something we all need, I think. So, I feel like I'm seeing for you, Healing Art, it's these like popcorn kernels, right? Like, and when I see that, I see it popping. I see the actual corn popping kind of a thing. And for me, I feel like that would be bursts of high inspiration, probably from source or spirit, kind of like transformational bursts of information, so to speak. So, is writing for you when you have these ideas, these books? I imagine sometimes it could possibly be exhausting, but I imagine it's also very insightful and fun to sort of be a part of that process, but also to be um, apart from the process, if that makes sense. If you're channeling the information, it's kind of like you're more observing it, right? You're observing it, you're writing it down, and it sort of just comes to you. Am I correct in saying it that way? So basically, Healing Art, what I'm feeling with this connection is that the next book is going to be a good one. Um, Honestly, the whole thing, apart from the individual coming in, that chariot individual that I was talking about, the possible Cancerian connection, everything feels like it's going to be going pretty well. I do feel like there's going to be a vacation. I do feel like there's going to be kind of a sense of relaxation, feeling like you can kind of let your hair down, so to speak, coming up. And um, the sound healing was just kind of a big part, kind of a more important part there. Okay. What are the other books that you've written, Healing Art? What were the other two about, if you don't mind me asking? That's okay. That's okay, Healing Art. If there's a little bit of a delay, that's fine. I can work on. Well, I can't do anything right now, but if there's a little bit of a delay, that's okay. That is fine with me. We can just talk it out and see how it goes from there. I do see it going anyway. This year for you, Healing Art, I do feel like things are going to go well. But take some time for yourself, and I feel like physical exercise is good. I was seeing the bike but to me that also represented being able to do that. You're welcome, Healing Art. You are very, very welcome. Just keep on track and let yourself be fully in the process of this, which I think you are. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing here. So if someone wants to come forward and do another question, we can do that. The list is completely open. Healing Art was our last one for right now, so if anyone wants to come forward, we can definitely take another one here. And if there's no questions, we can do some energy work too. Love and living in now. I like that. I like that, Healing Art. Love and living in the now and raising children. Perfect. Perfect names for books. And they sound like they're good titles. So that's what you want. You want to have a good title. Okay, so if that's the case right here, let's do a little bit of energy work. All right, hopefully you guys are okay with doing a little bit of some energy back and forth. I'm going to move this over, and we're going to focus on just allowing ourselves to channel. I usually use Moldavite, so I'm going to use Moldavite again. But hold on a second, I'm going to light another incense, guys. Oh, thank you, Moon Honey. I appreciate that. That the PayPal actually works this time. How are you doing, Moon Honey? Yeah, credit always does go to source, doesn't it? Almost anything we do comes from source, or goes to source. Hold on, let me see if she... Where... Okay. Okay. The True Black deck. Okay. let me do that for you. Hold on 1 second. Okay, would I like you to send 10 euros or 8.23? Well, I mean, 10 sounds better. The bigger the number, the gooder the fun, I would think. But ultimately, Alexandra, it's what you feel comfortable with. I'm not going to... It's what you feel comfortable with, my friend. Okay, so Moon Honey, this is the True Black Tarot deck. I can show you some of this. I actually have... I have one of the cards as a poster in my room because you can buy the artwork. But this right here, this is some good stuff. True Black is one of my favorite decks. Just give me 1 second here, you guys. Hold on. I'm doing good. I actually, Oh, $10 is it? Okay. I see what you're saying. I'm doing good, Moon Honey. I launched my Patreon today, so hopefully we'll see how that goes. It seems like other tarot readers are launching their Patreons too, so yeah, we'll see. We will see. I got the link right there. But give me just a second here, you guys. Hold on. So, Moon Honey, did you send the... There is something going on here. Did you send it through PayPal, Moon Honey? I'm just curious. Because normally, and I had this happen the other night too. Someone paid. They even sent me a receipt of their payment. I still haven't gotten that money. Which was interesting. Let's put it that way. And then they sent me an email of the receipt of their payment. Okay, so I'll show you these cards here. And we can go from there. So let's do this. Okay, let me, now I have 5 different tarot decks on this table, so give me a second, let me move some stuff over. Let's put these ones away. What's the other deck called, Moon Honey? I haven't seen the other deck. I do know that the True Black Tarot is kind of hard to get a hold of, though. They seem to be going in and out of print. But with how beautiful the cards are, I don't doubt that. So I'll show you some of the stuff here. So you've got these, this is the back of the card. And each one of these, you can feel the lines from the back. The, a little bit of the lines, they're kind of like lightly etched in a little bit. So the back of these is really cool. Thank you, Moon Honey. And then, so we have, this one is the page. I'm going to upgrade the camera. I'm going to try to upgrade the camera in the next live. Yeah, through PayPal. Let me look here. Because it's definitely not that I don't believe that you sent it. I believe you sent it, if you say you sent it. Someone sent a PayPal a couple lives ago. I never got the money. I gave them the reading anyway because they emailed me a receipt that they did send it, but I never got the money. And the receipt was legit, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on that way. I wonder why I changed the link. Could you do Cash App instead, honey? Instead of PayPal? It's probably more of a pain to do another payment method. And if the money... Okay, it didn't take it out. Good, because I was just going to say, if it took it out, then... It is the shadow for Mercury in retrograde, so it would make sense that things are kind of crapping out a little bit. But you got a ton of these cards, and this is the one I have. Well, first off, let's see. Let me show you the ones I got here. So I'll add Moon Honey to the list here, and it sounds like Alexandra's wanting to be added to the list as well. So I'll go here. Let's see, then let's do Alexandra here. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh. Liz, you sent a donation too. Thank you very much. Okay, so I got yours, Moon Honey. Yours came through, and Liz's came through, so I'll add Liz to the list as well. You had to use the other link. Okay, I'll probably just put that in the link down below instead of how it is now. Thank you for using that link. Okay. So Liz, I'll add you to the list as well. Here. Okay, so Moon Honey, you wanted a general? It is, Moon Honey. We're good. We are good to go. Thank you so much for trying again. And I'll just get rid of that link. I'll try and get rid of the link. Get rid of PayPal link. Of old PayPal link. I even updated it today, and it still did not want to work. So, yeah. But you have these awesome cards. I'll just show you some of the cards, Moon Honey. You've probably seen some of them anyway, but this is the Fool card. Here, it's kind of hard to see, but the cards, almost every one of the cards has like an etched part, or it has like an artistic part to it. Very, very beautiful cards. And my favorite one is this one. Let me see if I can find it here. The only thing, Moon Honey, is these cards are really good. I love these cards. The artwork's amazing. The shuffling part, these are much harder to shuffle than, like for instance, this deck right here, the Fountain Tarot. This is the easiest. These are the easiest cards I've ever shuffled in my life. They just flow and they like melt into your hands. Really good cards. These cards have amazing artwork. They're thicker, so when you shuffle, they're a little thicker. They're a little harder to shuffle, but they're good cards. I'll show you the one card here though. So let me show you that. So I love this card. This is the Devil card. I love that. I mean that's a gorgeous card. And then there's this one. The Judgment card is really neat. So he's like holding a, well, he's holding a lot, but yeah. The Sun card. Very nice. They're really good cards. Really good, like, card stock, I guess. And then I'll show you two more, and then I'll actually do your reading. So, this is the Tower card. Love this card. And he's got like a little, looks like a little fox by his legs. Dancing in the Dark, it comes out on June 8th. So I'm going to write that down. That's probably going to be sold out. Is it a Kickstarter deck like he did on the last one? Dancing in the Dark. I am all about aesthetic cards, so Dancing in the Dark. If it's as popular as the last one, we'll be lucky to get it. Unless we back it on the Kickstarter. Okay. Trying to find the one card to show you guys that's my favorite. Well, I love this one. This is the Nine of Cups. I just love the way the black background and the white fox and the reds and the golds come together. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's the most beautiful. Oh, so this is my favorite. I love this one. This is Temperance. And it is gorgeous. Beautiful card. That's my favorite one. And then I have this one hanging up in my room as like a poster, like a small poster kind of a thing. This is the Magician. Anyway, love the creator of this deck. It's made anyway. So Moon Honey, let's get you going here. Let's get your questions going. All right, we're good to go. So we'll have Moon Honey, and then oh, wait. Okay, Liz, did you donate again? Okay, you can get it off Amazon. Awesome. All right, let's answer your question, Moon Honey. Another general for Moon Honey. Let's see what we can do. I will look that up. If not tonight, then possibly tomorrow. Okay, Liz. That sounds good to me. And thank you so much, Liz. I appreciate that. Being the mod, and yeah, I appreciate all that you do. It really helps out. All right, let's shuffle these cards up. Okay. Just a general from Moon Honey. Let's see what we got here. So I'll use these cards, and let's see if we get psychic information. Let's use both psychic information and the cards. Let's see what we can get. How's the stuff going with your medication, Moon Honey? Did you get that figured out? Because we talked about that for a minute on the last one. Okay, let's see what we got for Moon Honey. The first thing we get, Moon Honey, is the Ace of Pentacles. Okay. Kind of hard to see the details there. The Ace of Pentacles, and we have a picture of a lion on a golden coin. So when I see this, I feel like this is us being bold and brave and possibly trying something new in a financial field, or trying to do something different, right? So this could be approaching your job differently, the tarot readings differently, or this could be just something like maybe more money's coming in, maybe you're gaining more confidence, right? So that's a really good card to have. Ace of Coins is a really good card. Then we have the Five of Wands right here. The Five of Wands is a card to me, when I look at this one, I feel like it can be about creative energy. There can also be forms of maybe holding ourselves back. But to me, this is like I feel like sometimes we look to give ourselves permission to do good things for ourselves, right? We look for signs, we look for the perfect time to strike. But I feel like lately things have just kind of been happening and been rolling a little bit more, or have been flowing a little bit more for you. So this is really good. Hey, Alexandra. Okay. Awesome, Moon Honey. And thank you very much, Alexandra. So I will put your question down here. Okay. So let's do this. So, okay. So you have been going in a new direction, Moon Honey. And Alexandra, you're right after Moon Honey, so be ready. But let's see. So I'm still working on it, but I think I figured out a route to take, so I'm feeling better about it. Good. The best thing for us tarot readers or psychics or whatever it happens to be is that we never get comfortable where we're at. We keep trying to learn and we keep trying to expand our practice. That's easier said than done because sometimes we want to rest, we want to be comfortable, and we want to go back into the way things used to be for us. But for us to be effective, yeah, isn't it? It's if I had a better camera, you could see it better, trust me. And I'm thinking of hooking up the better camera. But right there, if I can show it, it's kind of hard to show its detail, but it's a beautiful card. Beautiful card. And to me, you're striking gold here. And actually, come back to me, camera. Come back, come back. There we go. So, and then it washes me out again. But we have the lion card here. I'll go back to this card. I'm going to draw some more, but I do feel like this is us being bold and going for it. Because the lion doesn't ask permission before it eats the gazelle, right? It just kind of does it. It doesn't say, please, can I eat you? You know, let's kind of plan this out. You know, dinner in a movie, but it's kind of a different kind of situation for the gazelle because the dinner is the gazelle and the movie is the Lion King. But anyway, so let's look at this next card here. So then we get this one. We get the Nine of Cups in reverse. And this card here, so the Nine of Cups is a card of celebration. I view the Nine of Cups like the Sun card. So when I see the Nine of Cups in reverse, to me it could just be that if things are going well, we could be looking over our shoulder waiting for something wrong to happen. So emotionally, we could be feeling like we should be trying harder or things shouldn't be coming to us easily. It's kind of like we can be suspicious of how well things are going. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So if we're suspicious of how well things are going, then how do we approach that? So let's look at that. But we have everything we need because we have the High Priestess card. And look at that. You see the ether swarming around her when I do that. Love these cards. They're beautiful. But this right here is the card that deals with intuition. This deals with psychic ability. So when we're looking at the High Priestess, we're looking at honing that craft. So I feel like you already have everything you need, Moon Honey, to keep moving forward, to keep going. Hello, Carissa. How are you doing? Let me take another drink here. Yes, Carissa, you can absolutely donate. There's not much of a list. Perfect, Moon Honey. So that's perfect. As long as we're expressing it and we're expanding it. So the way I would say what we need to do is, so as readers, we need to allow ourselves to be wrong and humble in that. And that's easier said than done. Like, for instance, I'll be doing lives. I give someone information, they'll tell me it doesn't resonate. But I'm getting closer and closer to understanding what does resonate, what comes from me, what comes from that kind of source. So, and here's something interesting too. When we are learning to trust our impressions. Okay, thank you, Carissa. I appreciate that. So when we're focusing here on expanding the intuition, right? I've talked about this before. This is my favorite topic. When we're sitting in the power, okay, I generally talk about feeling Spirit's presence and understanding what that feels like. There's another part to that, though, where instead of allowing ourselves to feel Spirit's presence, we allow ourselves to feel our presence first. what does our personal power feel like? What does our aura feel like? And when we understand that and we understand the subtleties, then we can actually work from that space. Psychically and mediumistically, when we're working on something from that space, we're basically using our aura as kind of a place to catch the information. It's like our aura is our work table. Our aura is our workspace when we're doing psychic work, when we're doing mediumship work, or tarot, when we're getting impressions. When the intuition comes in, it's our aura that's kind of catching it, and then we kind of filter it through, so to speak. And spirit can help with that, of course. But does that make sense, Moon Honey? Because I can, let's see. Is it being slow on your end, Moon Honey? Because I was wondering if you got the information I was saying. Because what I feel with this is that we're in the process of just basically being able to trust ourselves more. We're right there. We're like right on the precipice of being able to get more information, being able to get more accurate information. Um, we just need to keep going and realize that sometimes when we're learning something new or when we're putting ourselves out there, sometimes our abilities feel like they're becoming lesser than, when in fact we're learning to work in a new way and our abilities are actually very strong, but it just feels like they're weaker because we're learning to work in a different way. Does that make sense, Moon Honey? Perfect, perfect. So know that you're on the right path there, Moon Honey, and the only thing you need to do is realize that you need to honor that journey within you by recognizing it, by working through it, which is what you're doing. But I feel like there's a part of you that feels, because I know for me this happened. There's a part of you that kind of feels like you're full of shit sometimes, right? And eventually that voice does start to get smaller and smaller, but especially starting out, when we're working a lot more intuitively, it's going to feel like we are full of shit and we're making stuff up sometimes. But then when we get to understand the subtleties of the energy more, we get to understand what a connection feels like or what it doesn't feel like. That's when things can actually start to move a lot more for us. Okay, so it's actually a kind of a rite of passage if you want to think of it like that. So hopefully that makes sense, Moon Honey. Okay, I am lagging. Alright. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead And I'm going to do this here. All right, Moon Honey, am I still lagging? Hopefully that kind of helped. I just took off the background, so hopefully that helped. Okay, am I lagging for anyone else? Can you guys type and let me know if I'm lagging for you? Because it's not fun to be lagging, but if I have to be, then I will be. Oh, that's really good. That's really good, Moon Honey. I actually like that analogy. Trying to catch a feather. That's really good. That sounds like something from Source right there. That sounds like some good information. So I might just take that. I might steal that one. Exactly. It's a gentle allowance. And the other thing that I talk about too, that my mentor helped me with, um, well, fall in your hand or fall in your head. I was thinking you meant intuition-wise, but anyway. Um, what I like is, I mean, that analogy is really good. But what my teacher, someone I'm hoping to be a mentor, he's been kind of hard to get a hold of lately, but I think I'll be able to get a hold of him next week. Um, he taught me that you allow yourself to be curious of everything that you're connecting with. Curiosity is a form of love energy, and when you're curious about something, you're putting your attention to it. And in my opinion, reality is quantum, right? Reality is very quantum, and whatever you pay attention to, that connection grows. And if we're curious about the connection, the information that we'll get from that connection will grow as well. Hey, Hazel. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what I'm seeing there. I do like that analogy though, the feather analogy. I will steal that because that is really good. Okay, so Liz says I wasn't lagging, and okay. I thought the background was what was causing the lagging, that moving background, but I guess not. I'm gonna so hopefully Moon Honey, does that answer your question? And in the meantime, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave you guys with this. Okay, you guys, I am back. And yes, thank you for your donation, Carissa. You got the 3-question one. So let's do that. I'll add you here. You will be right here, Carissa. Okay, so let's do this then. So we're on to Alexandra's question. Okay, Alexandra, are you there? So right now, we'll have Alexandra, and then, yes, right there, Liz posted that. Paid list is Alexandra, and then Carissa after that. So let's see if Alexandra is coming to the plate here. Okay, so one more time, one more call for Alexandra. If not, then we'll skip over her. She'll still have a reading. But if she, for some reason, is not coming, then we will have Carissa's reading first. Just so that we're not holding people up here. Okay, so moving. Right, Moon Honey. It does take practice, and yeah, you will get excited. At first, you'll get excited because it's kind of like, hey, Lucas, we might be able to look into that. I'm doing these other readings here first. I'm sorry to hear about that if that's an irreversible thing, but yep, it's looking like it's Carissa, and then it'll be Alexandra. So let's focus on that. So Carissa, do you want to ask your questions? Yeah, Moon. He's only 41 years old. Hmm. We might be able to look into that for you, Lucas. Let me answer these questions here from the paid readers, and then since this is kind of it's a different kind of question, I might be able to address it. I'm not guaranteeing you anything, Lucas, but we might be able to get to that question. Just going to be doing these paid readings here first. Yeah, Carissa, so ask your questions here. If someone didn't feel comfortable with the questions, I mean, you could. I'll have to figure something like that out in case someone didn't feel comfortable with their questions. But for now, if you wouldn't mind posting them here, you can. And then you can post as little or as much detail as you feel comfortable with. Carissa, just, let yourself kind of feel it out. I'm not in any rush. Nobody here's. We're all chill, so. Yeah, it's your turn. It's your turn, Carissa. Go for it. All right, go for it, Carissa. Yes, liking and subscribing helps a ton. And checking out my Patreon also helps a ton. Okay, let's look at that one. Should you hold on to this connection with Ahmed, or should you find a new partner? So let's do this. These are the True Love Tarot cards right here. So I'll move these over here. So we'll use these ones, okay, Carissa? Let's see what we got. Okay. Let's give these a couple little crispy shuffles here. There we go. So we'll do this, Carissa. So let's see what the cards say, and then I can ask you some questions and kind of go from there. See what we get intuitively, and then we can go from there. So right now, just kind of sit back and relax. And when I'm asking you questions, if you could type back so that I can understand if it's a yes or a no, then we can go from there. Okay. We hold on to this connection with Ahmed, or just find a new partner. So let's look at this. Awesome. Thank you, Carissa. I appreciate that. Let's do another one. Let's look at this connection that you have with Ahmed. Let's see what we have there. Okay, so Carissa, I'm getting these two cards for Ahmed. Forgiveness, and then resolving conflict, right here. So the forgiveness and the resolving conflict. So did you guys get in a fight? Or has there been some frustrations here? Because when I see these two, it's feeling like there's been some damage done, so to speak. Did you, you're probably typing. I need to do something to stretch my back out. Interesting, just a bit. He seems laid back about it. I'm hurt. Told him my feelings before he left. Okay. So did he, let me ask you this, Carissa. So did he leave because you wanted him to leave, or did he just say he was going to go? Kind of a thing. You said you told him before you left, but I'm curious if, yeah, I'm curious how he left. Okay. Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so the resolving conflict and the forgiveness card here. So that's kind of an interesting one, especially if we're dealing with mixed signals, right? So when we're talking about this, we could be talking about someone who's kind of hot and cold. That's one way of putting it. Or we could be talking about someone who is, there you go. That's what I was wondering. Okay. So he said he was going to go, and you have no idea why he needed to go. So it feels like this person likes to create artificial. Right. Okay. So this person probably wants to have this kind of scarcity thing where sometimes men and women will do this thing where they make it so their presence is very hard to get a hold of. It's hard to get a hold of their attention, and they try to be aloof and mysterious. And sometimes they can take that way too far and come off as very uncaring. And what can happen is the other person, generally the other person, not the mysterious person, not Ahmed, right? The other person, you, would be reaching out more and trying to get more and more information or trying to do something, and then they pull away more. Am I correct in saying that that's kind of what happens? Is it a song and dance of like, right, feeling like it's a family thing? He seemed stressed. Okay. Okay. So, but that's the thing. So you say, right, feeling like it's a family thing. He seemed stressed. So there's an issue here. You're saying feeling like it's a family thing. You should be able to know if it's this or if it's that. If this person isn't giving you details and they're withholding information from you, I don't think that's right. People should be straightforward. Right. You wanted your answers, you were chasing. That's never a place someone wants to be because it feels like you have to drag information out of people. So at first you're chasing, and then once you finally catch them, then you have to drag even more information out. So it's kind of like you almost become this interrogator, right? Like you have to interrogate him to get answers for simple questions or for just anything. And that to me, that doesn't sound like a fun relationship to be in. Um, so with this connection here, how long have you guys been together or in this kind of situation? It's kind of when we're younger and we're kind of going through the dating games, I guess you could call it. We're going through these kinds of things. Okay. First date, he felt like a soulmate, so comfortable, and this trip was unexpected. He told me he would be in my area longer. Okay. So that's what I was thinking is that you guys didn't know each other for very long. I'm feeling like there's a tendency on both parties to kind of play games. Um, Not necessarily willingly, but there's like this, and maybe you can agree with me, Carissa, but the way the dating world is now, I feel like there's a lot of people that play games. People play the game of it's like a push and pull, okay? And generally, you get personalities involved, you get other things involved, and it creates this kind of well, there, in my opinion, it literally is playing games with people because we're not being straightforward in the dating world, and a lot of men are told how to handle a woman, right? They're told how to handle a woman, not how to be with a woman, and they're told this from other men. So it becomes this thing where it's like you're told how to treat a woman And a lot of the time, it's not with a lot of respect. A lot of the time, it's with this kind of it's just not necessarily a good way to treat people. A woman, a man, anything. But what I'm feeling with this person is that they don't know how to treat someone. Um, and you put it out on the table and you said what was going on for you, and this person left. So to me, I don't feel like this person's very mature in that way. I feel like there's probably parts that you like about this person, but they shouldn't be ghosting you. They shouldn't be. And his mood changes. Right. Okay. So I can understand that. So let's see. What was I saying? Give me 1 second here. So with these connections, with these kinds of boys, right, where it's kind of like this very tender, tenuous kind of connection. What you did when you said your piece before he left was good, but I want you to think of it like this. In a relationship, okay, in a relationship, if it starts out, and he's doing this at the start of a relationship, the start of the relationship should be kind of the best time. If he's doing this in the start of the relationship, that's not a good sign, especially if it's a month old and he's already doing stuff like this. Imagine being in a relationship with someone that is doing much more damage with similar behavior, but you've been with them for 20 years. I feel like he's trying to show you who he is through his behavior. And I feel like there's parts that. Right, exactly. Exactly. See, and that's it. That's all a person wants. That's all you want is basic respect. You want the person to say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Or you want them to be there for you. You want them to give attention to you and not necessarily solve your problems, but talk things out and kind of go into that and work together. When someone just up and leaves, I understand there can be things that happen, but that's not appropriate behavior. And this is supposed to be the fun part of the relationship. The person shouldn't be up and leaving. There should be open communication, and you shouldn't feel like you have to figure him out. In a relationship, you should feel like you can talk to that person about stuff, even the hard stuff. You shouldn't feel like you have to figure things out or you have to guess at how they're feeling or you have to guess at this and that. They should be able to tell you without you having to be, I call it, without you having to be an investigator, right? Because it's like being an investigator, but you're guessing. You're trying to say, I think he feels this way because of this, because you can't ask him. You should be able to ask someone how they feel instead of thinking how they feel. Um, and I talk about this a lot. Yeah, Elizabeth, I'm still taking questions. But I get asked this a lot, right? So, and another thing, Carissa, right? So here's how it goes. You're someone who becomes this investigator for this person, and you're trying to let them in on, you're trying to tell them what's going on with themselves because they're not giving you enough information. And then this person can end up stonewalling you where they're very quiet. They don't say anything. And they do this thing where you get punished by the absence of their presence. Okay. And that's kind of what I feel could be going on here. And then people can crazy make and gaslight and stuff like that. You don't want that, obviously. I feel like you're someone who has a lot more to give than this kind of connection. You have something much more to give than this. So I feel like you're not playing a game, and this person is. But it's not your job to try and figure out why they're playing it, what's going on. If you can't talk with this person, okay? If you cannot talk with this person openly and honestly, then to me a relationship would be a bad idea because the more intimate a relationship gets, the more you're going to need that person to show up. You're going to need them to show up and say, this is me, this is what's going on. Um, and I just, you know, it may not be the funnest thing to hear now, but in the future you can understand that. And I've actually, I don't know if you read very many books, Carissa, but there is one book that I recommend to a lot of people. That's why I have to. Okay, so you have been. All right. So you understand the terminology, you understand kind of the things that are going on. And sometimes with these people, and I'm not necessarily saying, so there's narcissistic people and then there's people that have narcissistic traits, but the line between the two is pretty thin. Um, but what I'm saying is that you should be able to get straight answers. As soon as someone comes on here and they're talking to me about their relationship, to me that says there's been a breakdown in communication somewhere along the way because you're not talking to them about the relationship. Um, so I would say, honestly, I would say to move on because um, you said he's not, he's in your area now. That to me would show something else too, but yeah. But I was going to recommend a book. Okay, so it is The School of Life. I recommend it all the time. I think this is how you spell it. And if you read that book, just the part on relationships alone, that's going to tell you some things. He talks about in this book, the author's name is Elaine de Botton. He has tons of like animated things. Let's look at the cards. I'll bring the cards up too. Let's do the true love cards here. But check out that book if you want to. Awesome. Because that will help a lot to understand what's going on. What I had first with these cards was resolving conflict and forgiveness. Okay. And I feel like that's you trying to be a nice person. I feel like you overgive. You over. What would be the word? Overgive. And hey, Nikki, how are you doing? I'm doing good. But I feel like you give a lot of yourself, and I feel like you do it too soon, and then other people don't reciprocate that energy, and over time that can become something where we're feeling resentment. Because I feel like you're kind, you're caring, and you're open, and other people that I feel like we get in relationships with can sometimes uh, mirror kind of the exact opposite coming back to us. Right. And narcissists love the pleaser, the people pleaser, right? That's kind of the whole thing. And that's a tough lesson, but it seems like you've done some research on this, so that's really good. That's awesome that you've done some research. But let me see what the cards say here. It's painful, Carissa, but honestly, having the knowledge and the information, I mean, you wouldn't want to go back. It's painful. It's not a fun realization, but thank you, Elizabeth. All right, Elizabeth, we will get to your question. After Carissa, then there's Elizabeth. Okay. I did. My ex was the same Sag as this guy and was a narcissist that would gaslight me. Was the same sign. Oh, it was the same sign as this guy and was a narcissist that would gaslight me. Right. So the crazy making part, obviously you know what that looks like. So I feel like this person is someone that I don't feel like you want to have a project that you need to work on. Um, that has a very, very small chance of actually panning out. I feel like you want to be with someone who's a real man or who's a real, like an open person, someone who can actually be open and there for you. Instead of you just giving and giving and giving, you can actually receive something in return, right? And a lot of times when we get into these new relationships, there can be a sense of like we don't see the person's shortcomings for what they are because we have chemicals in our brain and things are happening. But then over time, we can actually start to see things a little more. They're not all the same, Carissa, but there are signs, right? There are signs. And learning as much as we can about narcissists and how they work, that's going to be the way that you can understand what's going on there. And then learning why it is that we seek out these kinds of people in the first place, right? Okay, so Carissa, I'll let you in on a secret. If a man says he's a real man, he's not. That's number one. If someone has to say what they are, I don't feel like they are. They're like bragging about themselves or they're trying to make themselves look good. A real man wouldn't do that. They would just show you through their actions. They would show you through their words. They would show you through, signs and gestures, not through them saying it. So let me go through this here. All right. So what do the cards say for Carissa's connection with Ahmed? So I get these two cards here, Carissa. I get the gardener, and I'll explain what that means here in a second. And then I get sexuality in reverse. So when I see these two things, I feel like there's a tendency to, because the gardener goes out and what does he do? He waters the garden. He takes care of the garden. Why? Because there's a harvest. Because he can get something out of it, right? There's kind of a mutual relationship here. The trees or the ground that sprouts the fruit and the vegetables, it can't enjoy its own offerings, right? Like it can become nutritious soil, but it can't taste what it has to offer. Other people are around to taste it. Other people are around to validate that. What I feel is going on here is that you've been this person, you've been kind, you've been caring, and you let people in when they show signs of vulnerability. But then those people don't know how to stay vulnerable and communicate with you. And then I feel like they could actually lash out. So I'm feeling like there's a tendency here to, like we've talked about, overgive. But where the sexuality is in reverse right here, I feel like there's a possibility that these people are starting to close you off from intimacy and like closing off that sort of door in a way because it's hard to remain open over and over again and want to be intimate with someone if they're just going to lie to you, right? Or if they're just going to deceive you in some way. So um, that's what I'm getting here. And with this connection, I feel like you would have to do a lot of work to get little payback. And not only that, it sounds like this person is only temporary in your area too, right? This person could just leave. Unless I misread what you said earlier, but um, when things got heated and you said how you felt, you did nothing wrong in saying how you felt. I just want to put that out there. You did nothing wrong. Say how you feel, set boundaries, say what's up, 100%. Um, but how they handle it, that's on them. And we can't control how they handle it, unfortunately. He's coming back in 3 months. Okay, so that's going to be something that I feel like right now. And then there can be this phenomenon too, because I've talked to people that have gone through this as well. You're in a relationship, right, in quotation marks. If he comes and goes and he keeps coming and going, what can happen is that we forget about the heartache. Then when they come in, we get excited. And then when they leave, eventually that builds up resentment too, if that's something that keeps happening because they keep coming and going. And in the meantime, we're left on reserve. We have to give them everything, and we have to wait for them. It's like we have to wait for a relationship to happen, and that's not right either. That's not fair. If there's commitments, if there's getting to know each other and understanding each other during a dating period, that's completely different. But if someone walks out when you need them and you need to talk to them, that to me kind of says all that needs to be said. There should be something where you stay and you listen and kind of uh, you kind of realize that you don't have the person that you're talking to realizes that they don't have all the answers and that they need to communicate. If you want to, Carissa, do you want to ask another question? And then I can go to Elizabeth here. He can say he was serious, but it's kind of like in a relationship, there has to be a part where um, about money. Okay, so we'll address that one. So type about that one, and then I'll just address the rest of this one. So if someone says they miss you or they care about you or whatever, that's great. Anyone can say that. Any person on this planet can say I miss you, and we'll look at that. We will look at that, Carissa. But anyone on this planet can say I miss you, but there has to be action behind it. If they say I miss you and then they sit on their ass and they don't do anything, or they say I miss you and then they do other things, right, that show that they don't really care about you or they're not caring about the connection, that's completely different. When someone needs to show you that they miss you, someone needs to show you that they care, and if you're not getting that from this person, do you see what I'm saying? You want to be able to feel it. You want to be able to feel secure, feel connected to this person, and I don't feel that there's enough of a connection there. Anyway, so let's look at the money situation. So money coming to me this summer. Okay, so Carissa, is it okay if I tune in psychically here? Sure. Okay. So let me just see what I can get here. So I'll just put your name here, Carissa. So the first thing I got, Carissa, and maybe you can help me here. I'm still learning as a psychic. So as I'm connecting with this, please let me know if it resonates or not. The first thing I saw was it's like someone holding onto a handrail. So we're waiting for this money to come in, right? So is this from is this from another source? Is what I feel like we're just kind of waiting for this money to come in, but I don't know where it's coming from necessarily. I feel like I was holding onto a stair rail, or I was holding on to something, kind of gripping something, so I'm trying to understand this. Kind of like we're in limbo, or we're waiting. Okay. Let me see what else I can get here, but would okay, you're waiting. Okay. So would the name, either the name or the goddess Shiva comes to my head, and I think that is a pretty powerful goddess, if I can remember. Okay, so that's it right there. So Shiva is the goddess who creates, protects, and I'm wondering, does that name ring a bell to you, the goddess Shiva? Because that was something that came up. It could just be that we're working with transformational energy as well here. So, let's see. Are you going to be, so Carissa, are you going to be traveling for work? Is that something you're going to be doing as a possibility? I got the star card, and I'm wondering if either that's you traveling for work or for employment, or um, it felt like it was something like that. Possibly there being opportunities elsewhere is kind of what I was feeling. Okay. So it's Shiva's the transformational, like life-giving goddess. I think, I mean, there's a lot more to her than that, but let me see here. No, but you would like to. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing here. So the star card is kind of holding on to hope, and it's also an Aquarius card that's coming in as well. I saw it more as like holding on to hope or wanting to do something that's a little bit further away. You used to travel a bit at your old job. Okay. Was the old job, did that kind of not suit you anymore? Were you fired, or did you quit your old job? I'm feeling like maybe you quit, but I could be wrong with that. But I'm feeling like that old job possibly wasn't serving you anymore. Okay. So let me scratch there. So ultimately, it just feels like we're okay, and you're waiting for the others to start work again after COVID. Okay. So then, what I'm feeling here is that we're looking at. So when you said summer money, you mean No, I'll see what I'll get just based off of that. Let me see what I get. Do you do... But Dream would be traveling for work. Okay, so that explains why I saw the star card, because I did feel like traveling would be something that would be important. Um, with these other companies, did you do something in the healthcare industry? I'm not sure. The images that I'm getting are very weird. I felt like I was dealing with... it was either children or I felt like it was in the healthcare industry. I could be wrong on both of those accounts. I saw some weird imagery, and I also saw animals as well. Just in the next 3 months. Okay, so let's look at that. Will you have money in the next 3 months? Let's do that for you, okay? No. Okay, that's fine, Carissa. That's fine. So I'm still learning. Liquor. Okay. Let me see if I can understand why I saw the imagery I saw. Okay. Okay. All right. Clam is brand ambassador. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so the next 3 months, will you have some money coming in? So let's actually look at the cards for that. I'll use the energy cards here. Get a little bit more of a reading, and then Elizabeth, are you still there? Okay, we'll just... Oh, perfect, perfect. Okay, so I'll get to your question here in just a second, Elizabeth. I'm addressing Carissa's question, and then we'll go to yours. Okay, Carissa. Will you have money for your birthday month? Let's look. Or will you have money in 3 months? 90 days. Okay. Okay, this is good. So will you have money? We get man holding a coin. Okay. Angel of strength. And then we get action. So, Carissa, I do feel like there will be money coming in for your birthday month. And then we had the Angel of Strength, which has a lion too. So are you a Leo? Is that your sign, Carissa? Because if so, the lion... Let's see, so 3 months from now would make you... I think it'd make you a Leo. Oh, man. I had to stretch there. Virgo, okay. Well, here's what I'm seeing then. So man holding a coin, angel of strength, and action. So I feel like you will have money by your birthday. When I see the action card here, though, I'm wondering if there's going to be some either reemployment or if there's going to be something you have in the meantime that's going to be a job for you to have a little bit more money. Just because the action card to me says we might have to take some steps. We might have to take some steps and see what we can do. But that's what I'm seeing here. So I do feel like there will be money. Hopefully it's a little sooner than 3 months. If you're waiting for it, I'm hoping it's a little bit sooner than the 3 months. But I do feel like there will be some money for you. So I don't feel like there's anything to worry about. But if something comes up that you can take action on to get a little bit more money on the side, I would say do that, because it looks like there could be an opportunity in the 3 months where something could come up for you. So, okay, does that help answer the question for you, Carissa? Perfect. Oh, you said perfect too. Okay, that was awesome. Okay, so Elizabeth, you had your question. So I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to copy your question and post it down below and see. I will be right back, you guys. Okay. Just going to go to the bathroom one more time, but I will be right back. So let me do this. All right, everyone, I am back. So we're on to Elizabeth here, and I'm going to read what you said, Elizabeth. Just give me a second. Okay. So, Elizabeth, you said, I feel as though he holds back his expression sometimes. I have this foreboding feeling there is something he wants to tell me, but I don't know what. Like, is this my intuition, or am I too anxious? Here's the fun part. It might be both, right? Sometimes I feel like anxiety comes from um, trying to. So anxiety in I'm having a hard time here. Anxiety in a relationship format can come from trying to expect the needs of a possible partner before they have voiced them. Sometimes. In this situation, though, if they're not voicing or if they're not expressing, there's a lot of blocked off male energy in the world, and women, I feel like, kind of get the emotional expression part. Okay, I myself am still learning how to emotionally express. I was closed off for most of my life, and I know that it takes something to help that person to feel like they can express themselves. But if you're feeling that this person is wanting to tell you something but not, there could be something there. So let me look at this situation. So you said I had, let's see. So, Elizabeth, you're wondering. So, to put this in a question format, you're wondering what this person is feeling about you, or are you wondering how he feels about the connection? What is it that you're wondering about exactly? Hey, Cassandra, how are you doing? Both, to be honest. Okay. All right, let's look at how he feels about the connection. Has anything happened, Elizabeth, since the last time we spoke on this connection? Has he been more withdrawn, or like what is it that you're thinking of? All right. How does he feel about the connection between Elizabeth and himself? And what does he think about the connection? So how does he feel? And what does he think? So Elizabeth, I'm curious here because I get these cards right here. So I get life purpose, and then I get forgiveness. I get life purpose and forgiveness in reverse, and so I'm curious what. Okay, no, he hasn't. It's just as the days approach, he becomes more and more expressive and flirty, and he usually isn't. He's usually very platonic with nice compliments, and the sudden change is taking me off guard. It is it. How do I put this? So Elizabeth, does he? what are some of the compliments? I mean, are they very nice, sweet compliments? Are they overly sexualized compliments? Are they? I'm just curious how the compliments are. I'm curious how this person words their stuff here because I've got forgiveness in reverse, and I got life purpose in reverse, and I'm curious. I'm curious how this kind of ties in here. So it doesn't sound like. Well, we'll see. So, and if it's a little too personal, I can understand. If you feel like if you feel like you need to email me things that are going on and then I can read it that way, we can do that too. I want people to feel like they have privacy basically, and I need to set something up so they can feel that way. I have a little brush. That's what I'm doing. I got this little brush and I just sweep my laptop. No, you're good. You're good. But that's good. Okay. And I'm not saying that if it's overtly sexual it's bad. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying like I'm curious how to me it sounds like to me it sounds like hold on, I do recognize I have a little bit Elizabeth, if we can be frank, right? I feel like we're kind of on friendly terms, so I'll be frank with you. um, Anxiety can make us view things in a light that isn't necessarily true, and we need to understand what that looks like. So yeah, this would take you off guard. Okay, if you have a crush on somebody and then they act in this way, of course that takes you off guard. It's a good taking off guard, but then what happens is we get really excited, then we get nervous, then we get anxious, then we get excited, then we there's like a cycle that kind of comes with these feelings. And what you're feeling, I feel like is normal. When I get these cards here, forgiveness in reverse and life purpose in reverse, I feel like this is more connecting with your energy than it is with his. Um, because to me, I feel like what has happened, okay, and I want you to understand this because I'm saying this with respect, love, and kindness to you. But sometimes what we'll do is we'll put our crush on an upper level. Like we'll put our crush way above us. Like they're up here and we're down here. And so when they say something or they do something, we freak out and we think that it's the best thing ever. But they're still people just like we are, right? And I'm going to read your comment here. Okay, I know how to express it now. For example, I was wearing lip tint, and he goes, "Your lips look very kissable." That came out of left field. Like I noticed the little thing. Yeah, I. That's very flirtatious. That is, and I only say that to a few people a day. No, I'm just kidding. But that is very and very sweet. Honestly, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to realize that even our crush, they're on the same level as we are. They're still human like we are. They're still going through lessons like we are. And I think what's happening is there's been a return of emotion. And sometimes what can happen, I'm not saying this is what's happening, but what can happen is that we will make our crush be someone that is unattainable. Maybe they're from a distance, or maybe they're in a different social class, or maybe there's all these different things that can happen. But we make them unattainable so that sometimes we don't want to disappoint ourselves, or it's like a form of self-sabotage. So we make them unattainable, and then we can actually say, see, and then hurt ourselves in the process because we're self-sabotaging. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but um, sometimes that can happen. And then a lot of things get kind of wacky, as you say. But honestly, to me, it sounds good. It sounds like he's returning the energy. This doesn't sound like a bad thing. Like he didn't say your butt is very kickable. He said your lips are very kissable. Honestly, to me, that sounds like a good thing. Um, but it's one of those things where I can understand why this would throw you for a loop. So let me look at his. Let me actually use the energy cards to look at his energy with your connection here. Okay, we had two that just kind of popped out. So Elizabeth, can I tune in psychically to your energy? And you will find that box is very small the more you think about it. You think about how small the box is, it gets small. Okay, so let's do this, my friend. Let's move forward with this. I'm going to see what I can get. I drew two cards, okay, and it's these two cards. Again, I'm focusing on his connection with you, and the only thing I can get is your connection with him. I get appreciation in reverse and then indecision in reverse. Okay, so first off, I feel like part of us is not expecting to be appreciated or even wanted. So there's something there. The other part is the indecision in reverse, where it's like, do I do this? Do I not do this? Do I do this? Do I not do this? Your indecision, and this is the part that's going to blow your mind, your indecision is in fact a decision in itself. Not making a move is a move. But I feel like you're trying to work through this. I feel like you're trying to work through this, these old ways of being, these old ways of feeling. And this right now is challenging your preconceived notions about a lot of connections. So I understand why this is confusing. But let's look here and see what we can do. So I'm actually going to put this up too, really quick. So let's go to this, 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 this. Nope, that gets rid of that one. Okay. And then let's go here. I'm sorry, guys. You gotta give me a minute. I don't have a thing to... No, that gets rid of that one. Okay. Alright. Okay, hopefully you guys can... Hopefully everyone else can see this too. I have it kind of scrolling by. Okay, so... let me do this here. Okay. So what I'm feeling here is that... Well, there's unsureness, is what I'm feeling. But I'm going to feel some more. It's, you know... I don't know if I would say it's immature necessarily. You're learning about things, and you're trying things. And honestly, in life, there's so many people that wouldn't do what you're going to do. That I think that it's admirable, honestly, because you don't know what's going to happen, but you're going to go out there and try. And guess what? When you're on your deathbed, um, you're going to say, "I tried. I did something. I tried." I mean, that's something people stay up at night. They think about stuff like this and they say, man, I wish I would have done it. Even if it turned out bad, people never say, I wish I didn't do it. Like, it's an experience. So that's what I'm trying to say. But let me see what I can get here. So for Elizabeth. You're welcome, Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, hmm, how long have you known this person for? I was curious. I can't remember what you said the last time we talked. 7 years. Wow. Okay, so first thing I got was it was like you. I saw an image of you like petting a horse, and I felt like that's kind of where the empathy is. I don't know if you have anything to do with horses, but when I saw that, I saw a kind, caring person. So I view that as being very good, like a very good sign. Someone who is very kind, polite, honest, and I feel like hardworking too. I feel like the horse also represents hard work. So I feel like you're trying to put yourself forward. Wow, that's a long time. That is a long time. Remember when I was 16, MSN Messenger, that was the one. That was oh, I feel like such an old man. Anyway, um, but so what I'm feeling here is that you need to something I feel like you could do, not need. I don't want to say it like that because I don't want to be pushy with this. I feel like you need to view this person like they're just that. They're just a person just like you are. Like it's kind of like I feel like we put so much power into this person's hands that when we do meet them, there could be a power shift. There could be this thing of like going it along with anything the person says, kind of losing ourselves in this possible relationship. And what I want you to see is that you need to view this because the first time you guys meet, the first time you guys are introduced to each other, um, you need to keep a pretty good head on your shoulders, and you need to show this person that you are strong in your own way, and you have boundaries, and you have like a sense of who you are as a person as much as possible. Because if we're way too excited, if things are happening, then I feel like there can be a tendency for like mistakes to be made, kind of a thing. Like he's just a person, you're just a person. Of course, I'm an observer, But I feel like we need to just remember that they are, for all intents and purposes, they are them. They're a person we've had our eye on for a while. Okay, I understand that part. But they're no better or worse than us. They are the same as we are. They're still on this planet. They haven't ascended. They haven't, you know. So I would say just go into this when you meet this person, when you have this connection. Go into it and be as calm as you can be. Like be excited a little bit. You know, you're seeing somebody, but let yourself breathe and let yourself kind of be into a more calm kind of flow when you meet this person. I feel there's a connection here, but I feel like you should have your wits about you too. I feel like um, it's not like when you meet him, uh, you vacate the premises of your mind and you let whatever happens. Be aware, be cautious, right? And I'm saying this because I care about you and I don't want anything to happen. I'm not saying anything will, but I'm saying we tend to put our crushes on pedestals, and sometimes that devalues who we are as people. We overvalue somebody else and then we devalue ourselves. And I just don't want you to make that mistake too. Does that make sense, Elizabeth? Okay, good. Good. I'm glad that makes sense. Okay. So do you feel like that helps answer your questions then? Perfect. This is going to be important, Elizabeth. Okay, you guys have a history together. It's going to be different when you guys meet each other, and I don't mean in a psychic way. I'm picking up something. I'm not. This is advice. So it's going to be different when you guys finally meet each other, and you need to be firm in your boundaries, kind of who you are as a person. If they're doing something you don't like or you don't respect, call them out on it. Don't feel like you need to be afraid. Um, and if you feel like they're treating you a certain way and you don't like that, let yourself, voice your opinion. See how they react. This is a really good time for you to see what this relationship could possibly look like, but you have to kind of test those boundaries. You have to see where everything lies before we make an even bigger commitment. We kind of need to see what's going on, and we need to understand that things can happen, and we need to be able to roll with it, and we need to be able to still be respectful of ourselves, honor ourselves. Okay, that's kind of the big deal, and realize that it takes two people to be in a possible relationship, not just one. So I'm just saying that because I want this to go well for you. So I'm going to move on though here to the other Elizabeth. So Liz, are you still there? And if so, do you have your questions ready? I know you're Liz, but you know, there's another one. There's okay. Anyway, you too, Elizabeth. You have a great night too. Okay. Let's look at that, Liz. Give me 1 second here, and then I will be right on that. Just give me 1 second here. Hold on. I figured you did. I figured you preferred Liz, and you will be Liz. I won't call you Elizabeth. Except for the one time that I did, and I'll never do it again. But yes, you will be Liz. I just thought it was interesting that it went from Elizabeth to, anyway. Because we had that other one. We had Regina and Gina. I just find it interesting how names go together like that. Okay. It's probably part of the Asperger's, I imagine, or the autism, whatever you want to call it, high functioning. Weird things interest me sometimes. Let me put it that way. Anyway, so how does Libra feel about you? Let's look. I figured, Liz. I didn't think you'd fly off the handle over me saying your name that way, but now I know. Now I know to call you Liz, and it will stay that way. Let's see what we get for you, though. Okay, good, good. You see what I mean. Perfect. Because sometimes I don't even see what I mean. I'm the one seeing it. I don't know, saying it. Okay. Let's do a couple more shuffles here. How is Libra feeling towards Liz? Okay, so let's do this, Liz. Let's talk about. I drew 3 cards. First card was this one. Storm warning. Then it's this one, happy family. Then it's this one, broken heart. So I'm going to tell you what I feel with this Libra person. The Katy Perry song, You're Hot Then You're Cold, would begin to define part of this relationship, but it's like storm warning, then happy family, then broken heart. It's kind of like, uh-oh, there's a storm coming. I'm so happy, and then you're sad. So this person, this energy here is very like, no, it's okay, Liz. What I'm feeling with this person, though, is that there's a tendency for very little from this person, then there's a lot, and then there's nothing, or there's the lack of something, which is even more painful because there's like an absence here. That's what I'm feeling here. There can be an absence with this person's presence or this person's energy. Does any of this I'm saying so far make any sense? Because I know that these situations are tricky. I just want to make sure we're touching on the same kind of thing here. If it doesn't make sense, that's okay too, because then I can just look again. He is a cold and hot person. Okay, so that makes sense. So when it comes to this kind of energy here, it's hard for me to understand There's a storm warning. There's kind of like a almost like a calm before the storm kind of feeling. And maybe you've kind of developed that over time. You kind of know when things are going to be shaken up, so to speak. The happy family and the broken heart, though, is interesting. How does your family feel about this person? I'll put it simply like this, Liz. Yeah, we hope for change, right? We hope for a change. Um, but everything I'm saying, I want you to verify for yourself, as I've talked about before. You don't talk to them about him. Okay. Okay. I can understand that. So then the happy family next to the storm mourning the broken heart, it feels like you're trying to set something up it does feel like we're trying to set up a different narrative where the ending of the story is different. Um, the thing with that is, though, it's like maybe, sometimes it comes down to this, and I could be wrong with this. This is me doing psychological work, not psychic work, but um, sometimes we try to find these projects in men, and we feel like if we fix them, we could fix maybe our father figure, or we feel like we could fix a relationship that we didn't have growing up as a possibility, right? The thing that I'm seeing here is that I feel like he could. I do feel like there could be something here. The broken heart, though, is interesting because we have happy family, we have storm mourning, broken heart. Or storm mourning, happy family, broken heart. And I don't think it's necessarily is the what I'm kind of a talker here. I'm a little yacky. So um, with the really, what are you saying the really to? Okay, so seems like I'll be happy for a while and then end up with a broken heart. The date. Okay, the date. So there could be something here. There could be a connection, but I feel like if we try to put honestly, what I feel with this connection is if we try to label this as anything other than what it is, it's going to break our hearts, kind of a thing. So what I mean is that if we look at this friendship turning into a dating situation, that could that could happen. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but what I'm saying is that we need to treat it first. Maybe we treat it like we're going on a date with a friend first. Maybe we start out very slow and we let things kind of progress the way they need to progress, gently and kind of slow is what I'm feeling. Because then it starts off with if you guys have known each other for a while, that's good. That means that there's a history there. That means that something can happen. But we can't, if we try to force the situation, then I feel like it can just be kind of a little bit awkward and it can be kind of hard to move forward. So the storm warning card here, if I can actually grab it, there we go. The storm warning card here isn't necessarily saying that that tornado is going to hit you, but what it's saying is that there could be something that happens. The thing is that we know each other for years, so I feel like he should give me more. So maybe I'm confused with the situation. So you feel like he should give you more, but you guys are just friends. Are you more than friends? Or Is it just kind of a friendly thing? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because if there's something here, then it's good to I guess understand the connection a little bit more. If he's someone that's in your life and he's a friend, or friend in quotation marks, or whatever he happens to be in relation to you, I feel like the best thing to do would be to let things play their course, because I'm trying to think, what would he owe you in this situation? You guys have been friends, but you say you feel like he should give you more, so he should give you more what? Okay, that's what I was wondering. He knows how I have feelings for him. Okay, so that makes sense. So you're wanting him to take the initiative then. Okay, so let's do that. Let's look at that, Liz. Hey, Love Cupid. It says right here, no more questions, because my stream is ending. So I'm getting ready to go offline after I'm done with this reading. Okay, he told me it's hard to admit feelings for me, but I'm sure. Hey, Thamora, how are you doing? I'm sorry, Love Cupid. I'm not doing any more questions right now. I've been live for almost 5 hours. So, well, about 4.5 hours actually, but I'm live again on Monday. I'm just addressing this. I'm addressing my mods question here, and then I am heading off to Snoozy Town. I guess I should have this still up. However, I'm not doing any more questions, so I'm just putting that up to show you guys I don't do free readings. But I'll take this down now. Okay. All right, so you said he told me it's hard to admit feelings for me, but I'm not sure exactly how he feels about me. Okay, so let's look at that. Let's just address the question for what it is. How does Libra feel about you? We had this at first, but specifically... Okay, let me do this. When you admitted that you had feelings for Libra, how did he feel? Well, I'm sorry that happened, Liz. But let's look here and let's see what the cards say. He may not have said anything, but the cards might say something. He says different when he is drunk. Well, they do say drinking takes away the inhibitions, right? It could be he's not emotionally in touch with himself. That's probably why. Liz, you're okay. You're fine. You can ask this. However, in the future, I'll have a private thing so you can feel like you're not on display. But you're fine asking this. We're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. There's no judgment here. I want to get you answers, though. That's what I care about. Just give me a second. You're welcome, Liz. So we have Magician in the Mirror and Strategy right here. So how did you feel when you expressed Magician in the Mirror Strategy? So this person thinks, if I could describe the person's thought process, is it's like, give me a second here. Magician in the Mirror to me is like the Magician card. So it's like manifesting realities. It's being able to be like a strong manifester of reality. So maybe this person has stuff come to them. Maybe this person has things kind of come in an easier way than most people do. So there could be that. There's a strong energy, but then there's a strategy here. So I feel like this person could be playing a game where they're trying to see where it goes. How long ago was it that you told him that you had feelings for him? A month. Okay. I didn't feel like it was that long. I honestly didn't feel like it was that long of a wait between you telling him and this. So the strategy card comes into play here. So I feel like when you said that, then if he doesn't say anything, or he even acts aloof, it makes it so you'll chase after him more or that you'll think about him more. But that's why I feel like there's this. There's the storm warning, okay, and the broken heart card. The reason why I feel like that is because I feel if this person's playing games with you, then that's going to be something that could be painful for you to deal with, right? I feel like this person does have feelings. I feel like this person has those feelings there, but I get a feeling of someone who's not emotionally in touch with themselves, and I feel like eventually you would get frustrated. I feel like eventually you would feel like, well, I feel like you'd eventually come back to me. You'd be in a relationship with this person, and instead of being able to talk to them, you'd be talking to me about what's going on in your relationship. And ultimately, that should be a conversation that you two are having together as a couple. Not, do you understand what I'm saying? Because this card here, I don't feel that the connection, I feel like there would be a connection, but I don't feel like there would be the kind of connection where you would feel a sense of like, feeling fully seen or feeling fully appreciated. So I feel like it would be a connection that would be more. I wish I had the word for it. It just feels like a connection that would be more difficult to handle because things can't be put out on the table in a way. Like you said you had feelings. I feel like this person did too, but instead of rewarding your vulnerability with their own vulnerability and expressing to you the same thing, they didn't say anything. And they could have said, there could have been something that was done there. And I feel like, um, yeah, that to me, that doesn't feel quite right. I see. I just don't want to regret anything, but I'm getting tired of waiting. So in my opinion, with this, Liz, there's nothing to even regret because this person won't. I don't feel like this person will make the move because they don't know how to identify their own kind of emotional center. And I feel like if they did make the move, it would be in a way that would be very male oriented. It's not like we're going to talk about stuff, we're going to understand each other eventually. I feel like it's more of a closed off energy, especially if there's these hot and cold vibes too. You should be able to not understand a person completely, but you should be able to kind of know why things are happening. So Does that help answer your question, Liz? You're welcome. I part of my job doing this, I hate being the bearer of bad news, right? But at the same time, I know that a lot of us grew up with a feeling of what love looks like and what it doesn't. And that Elaine de Botton book that I recommend to other people, that really is a good book. And it talks about how love is a skill. And we do not know what love is implicitly. We think we do from movies or from TV or from our parents, but if there was dysfunctional relationships growing up for us, then love can look very different. So that's what I'm seeing, Liz. That's the no more questions, Thamora. I'm just talking with Liz right now. You're welcome, Liz. You're very, very welcome. Okay, I think I'm going to take off, and I'll see everybody again on Monday. And Liz, I will see you on Tuesday. Okay? Oh, you had a bad experience with a tarot reader last year? I'm sorry to hear that. What did they do? Just give you some bad advice, or did they give you... Oh, man. So thirsty. Ah, I see. You too, Liz. I will see you later. You take care, okay?